morning. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Kramis, you are the first one here today. My brother, you want some snow today. Make up your mind. You don't like snow, you like snow. Here in Washington State, at the altitude where I'm at, there is only rain. Even though it wasn't raining this morning when I was waiting for the school bus for my children. Good morning. I hope you all had a great day yesterday. Man, I was excited that yesterday morning. I didn't want to leave, but I had to. I had to. And Lone Wolf, how are you, brother? Let the liberal tears rain. Be nice. Poor people. Poor people. We got to be nice to them. We got to be nice to the people. Uh, oh man, that's horrible. That's horrible. But you know what? They asked for it. They asked for. I find something. I don't know. Interesting, I guess, in a way, is that you know I have people that are on my channel or in my personal life, family, that agree and disagree. In some things, and we try to work it to where we get along, right? We try to work it to where we can have peace, so to speak. And some people just can't have that. They can't have it, and I don't understand why it's so difficult for people to be able to get along. You know what I'm saying? Um, Hold on, I'm texting and see if Trinity still wants to show up. She's been really busy, has her hands full. Um, yeah, okay. All right, guys, don't forget to like the video if you're coming in. But we agree and we disagree on some things. But the difference is that when I talk with some people that and this is what I want to say. I call. Hey, Bill, how are you? Good morning. I call. You know what? Let me log in to the browser chat. I always forget to do that. Forget to the browser chat so that I can throw some chats at you once in a while here. Well, I don't have videos to show you. I guess we can show. I can show you some clips. We can check out my Facebook and my X account. I'm gonna tell you something. The Democrats. Well, they call themselves Democrats, but they're really not Democrats, to be honest. They like to bury themselves. They dig their own grave, so to speak. They just do not want to work for the people. And we saw that, right? We saw that on the speech. The State of the Union speech from the president. He's asking. If you agree that the government should take care of Americans first and not illegal immigrants, to stand up. And I find it very interesting that not one Democrat stood up. And, that is just how it goes. When we talk about, illegal immigrants they're not supposed to be getting benefits. Well, the Democrats give it to them. We know they're not supposed to, but the Democrats give it to them and they hide it. It's like it's like paying somebody under the table. You don't have to report those taxes for that employee. You don't have to take taxes away from that employee. They get more money. You get more money, and I mean it's a whole illegal thing to do. I don't think unless you have a business, you probably don't know what it is. But when you have employees, you got to pay L&I. You are forced to pay L&I. And if you provide health benefit, you got to pay it. You got to pay it. And then it's just like a bunch of things that you got to do. And, when employers want to hire illegal immigrants, for lower wage, they're also skipping on paying taxes. They're also skipping on their duties to pay for having employees. And for some reason, people on the left they just don't care about that. They don't think about those little things, But if you're an employer and you hire illegal immigrants, you too are an illegal employer at that time. And I call it that way. I mean, it really is. You just breaking the law, and you can get fined and maybe lose your business license. But I mean, it's illegal. Either way you break it, if you're breaking the law, it's illegal. It's not lawful. Okay. So that's my stand on that for businesses. If you don't understand what that means, we can talk about it some more. Good morning, Brian. How are you, brother? How are you? Let's see. Mike Lopez, you should have an Israeli flag in your background as well. Why is that, Mike? Why should I have an Israeli flag in the background as well? The only flag I want behind me is the Honduras flag. And right now I have my American flag. Eventually, one way, I have some ideas for the future of my podcast. People don't know this. I just started doing this. I mean, I got like 50 subscribers towards towards the end of August. I mean, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. I've been doing this podcast for 7 months. I mean, I just got started. Some people say it takes years sometimes. It depends. It depends on how much time I have available. I know I already made a commitment to the people, to you guys, and especially to my Washingtonian people here. And we're going to run for governor, even though people may make fun of me and the way that I talk and this and that. It doesn't matter. You know what? There is a message to be delivered. And if the people don't want to listen, they cannot keep blaming God for it. I am going to reach out to a lot of Christian churches, Catholics, Baptists, Pentecostals. I'm going to reach out to all of them. And you know what? I'm going to share this with you, and maybe in a way I shouldn't, but I feel that everything is in God's hands anyway. I'm going to tell you something. The fact that I have Christian ministry experience, I was a missionary pastor for 5 years, and I gave it all I had, and it was for a temporary time. I knew that. I knew it was a temporary time. I finished my time, and then here you are. What's interesting is, that's right, Craig Miss. I can't run if I live in Honduras. That is true. That's why I'm still here, brother. That's why I'm still here. Larson, 100%. Palestine doesn't exist. It was a made-up clan name from the Roman Empire. Nonetheless, there's still people. And my only advice for Palestinians is go to Israel and apply for citizenship and behave. Respect their culture, respect their laws, and you too can be part of a great nation called Israel. Well, good morning. My Republican American boss had me make up social for his employees because he didn't want his hands dirty. Oh, man, wait a minute. My Republican American boss had me make up social. You mean Social Security numbers? Ah, interesting. Well, listen, this is what I mean. I don't care if you are Republican or Democrat. Do you guys know who you know who Joe Walsh is? Does anybody know who Joe Walsh is? There's a reason why I'm asking. So Joe Walsh was a guy that prided himself into supporting President Donald Trump. Good morning, sis. How are you, Tanya? God bless you. Thank you for joining. I'm glad you got the notification this time. Joe Walsh was a Republican. Okay, now he's an independent bull crap. Joe Walsh was a Republican, and he voted for Trump. He's like, oh, I knew that he was going to win and all this other stuff, right? He's a Republican. He says, no, he's not. He's a flake. This is the kind of people that I talk bad about, okay? These are flakes. This is who I call flakes. Joe Walsh says that, he saw that President Trump was just an evil scum and all this stuff. Of course, the Democrats love it. Oh, the libtards love it, that he rebelled against them. And, look at him. Even the Republican Party, his own people don't like him. Well, you know what? Jesus was not a good prophet in his own land either. For a lot of you probably don't understand what that means. But regardless, the point stands. So he goes around and saying all this bad stuff and this and that, and then he tries to excuse himself as an, I don't have any resentment towards him, nothing. I don't have that animosity. He's just an evil guy, and he's stupid, and blah blah blah, and F him, and all this other stuff, and you have to think about it, and you're like, wait a minute, Is that true? Is that right? Let me check out and see what's going on here. Good morning, my man in the house. What's going on, brother? Good to see you on here. I see my family starting to join in here. You know what? I had some lines set up for you guys. Check this out. Let me know what you think about this line. Okay? Let me know what you think about this line right here. This is how I feel. Now, some libtards may not know what that means. Oh man! And then I also grabbed this for you guys this morning, just in case we have a lot of diversity here in the chat. I know we only got like what 30, 40, maybe 50 people on there. But there you go. Let me see. That's my first line. This is my second line. I thought it was cute. I know. Hey, listen, I'm a very strong man with a sensitive soul. And yes, I use the word cute sometimes. Don't judge me. Especially you, man. Don't be judging me too much. I know you didn't like the comment that I was metrosexual. And some people got crazy with it. Metrosexual just means that I am a person who likes to take care of himself. Like, for example, I don't do it. I haven't done it lately. But I like to take care of my eyebrows. And I don't like to look gay eyebrow either. It's just there's sometimes they get out of control. There's those very long hairs that grow and they just don't stop growing. So I got to take care of those. And I like to take care of my nails and my toes. That's what I mean by being metrosexual. There's nothing to do with being gay or side gay or upside down gay. None of that stuff. It just means that I like to take care of myself. For example, I'll tell you right now. Okay, so you see me with a suit jacket. Here, let me turn this up a little bit. You see me with a suit jacket right now, right? I got dress pants. I got my shoes on. I got everything on. But here's something that you don't know. I like to smell good. I like to smell good. So I'm wearing my cologne. It smells so good. That's what I mean by that. I'm just a guy that likes to take care of himself, all around. And I'm going to tell you this. If I was Susana, how are you? Good morning. Truth Teller, good morning. What kind of picture is that there, man? I'm wondering about this. Truth Teller, bro. Come on. You got to change that picture, bro. Truth Teller's got the Brokeback Mountain with President Trump and Obama in the front. I just realized what the hell that was, bro. I just went and checked out the picture bigger. Magnus Kane says, smelling your own farts. Sometimes it's just for variety. You know what I'm saying? Just for variety, bro. Just for variety. Tony agrees. Everyone should smell good. I did nursing. We need to take care of our bodies. Yes, ma'am. You know what's crazy? I don't mean to offend people. I know that for some people that are not civilized, that are not hygienic, I think is the word. Come on. If you're starting to smell some onions, you should go. You got to do it. Even if you know you shower, you got your deodorant on, you're smelling good. You got your perfume or cologne. Is not smelling. If you smell onions, you got to check the pits. If you don't check the pits, you are disappointing and offending a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let's keep it real. Some people don't like me because I keep it too real in here, but it's always going to be real. My man, let's see. Don't worry about those comments, brother. You can let those comments go. When they get out of hand, I will let you know. As a matter of fact, try not, because I'm reading comments right now, try not to block anybody. I'll block them if I feel that they're being an annoyance on the chat, okay? I'll let you know, brothers, when I need your help with the admin. I know you do it with all your love and you're trying to protect me and all that stuff. It's okay. Some comments, I'm going to tell you something. If we as we feel that we are on the right path, we can't be the ones that get offended about everything. You know what I'm saying? So we got to have some sort of leniency as well. Let me tell you why the church didn't like me. The church didn't like me because oh yeah. I haven't watched it. But I will have to look it up. Don't retract those comments, guys. You don't have to walk on eggshells with me. Please be free, joke, and just make sure that if you're joking, put in there JK, right? Just kidding. Just put it next to it so that way people don't get offended. And I would like to think that you have thicker skin than that. All right. Yeah, we have to have a balance, okay? So we can't be wholly righteous. There's people that we just don't say anything wrong. No, we need to be as transparent as we can be. People think that I fake who I am. No, I don't give a about anything that anybody thinks about me. I am never fake. I am who I am. People when I give people compliments, like man, so many things. Where do I start with examples about me that people get wrong? Listen, this is a true story. And, well, every story that I tell you is true, but I have to emphasize that it's a true story for those who will say that ain't true. It's a true story. There was a time where I was dating people on Match.com. You guys remember that website? Anybody heard of that? Match.com? All right, listen. Now, this is a podcast for 18 and older, okay? So please, if you're under 18, get your parents, permission to watch this show. Sometimes we drop off some bad words, and it is this. That's what the channel is all about. We have to have the freedom of speech. With that being said, I was dating on Match.com, and there was a local girl here in Everett, Washington. And I was like, hey, why don't we meet up at Mariner High School? That's a high school that I went to, back in the early 90s. And she said, sure, yeah, okay, And then we went and we met up in the parking lot. And it was so simple, guys. Like, I just wanted to talk to her. I wanted to see what she's about, what's going on. I don't get me wrong. When I'm single, man, I've been with way too many women. I'll be honest, way too many women. But I like to be very respectful. It has to be a mutual thing, right? We're adults. And so I go out there and we just started talking. I'm just like, I want to see if we can be friends, if we can be friends and take it to the next level and so on and so forth. I'm not a virgin, but I still want to do things the right way, And she was this cute, she was a mixed girl, cute, good size, curves in the right places, etc. And really pretty. She was really pretty. And we were having this conversation, blah, blah, blah. And, she tells me that, she has this painting that she can never get done in her house and this and that. I was like, well, why don't you let me take a look at that? And let's see what's going on. I'm the man. You know what I'm saying? I'm the man. And so I said, let me take a look at that. And so we go to her place. And I'm in the living room. Now, I'm a very nosy person. So just know that if you invite me to your house and you leave me in the living room waiting for you, I am going to look at every photo that you have on the walls. I'm going to look at every ornament that you have. I'm going to look at the mess or the cleanliness, whatever it is. I am going to look at everything. I'm so nosy like that, okay? But I don't judge you for it, okay? I don't judge you for it. Unless it's a compliment, I will definitely give it to you. And so I'm waiting for this girl, and she tells me, Dennis, can you come in here? And I'm thinking, in my mind, okay, there's a painting thing that she was talking about. She's going to show me, right? And she has her door, like, a little bit open. A little bit open. Good morning, Cotton Edge. That is true. Give me a second, brother. Let me finish this story before I forget. And so the door is half open, and I said, I knock on the door, and I said, can I come in? And she says, yes, come in. And I open the door. Guys, I don't want to picture too much. I don't want to be too graphic. But she was doing the angel pose as she came into this world. And I said, I'm so sorry. I thought you said come in. And she says, I did. And I said, I can't, I'm sorry. My mind's telling me no. But my body's telling me yeah. I had to get the hell out of there. I said, I'm sorry, I gotta go. Let me tell you, she got so mad at me. I went out the door, and as I was going out the door, she said, "You effing F it." Yes, she called me the faggot word. I mean, well, I just said it right there. But, a faggot is just a cigarette butt. Yeah, she called me gay. She said I was a homosexual because I didn't go do something to her. Well, you know what? If you're a real man, you're going to respect women. And sometimes, even if they don't respect themselves, you got to give them that respect anyway. And you know what? I've been called that. I've been called gay quite a few times because I've said no to quite a few women. Now, you look at his face and you're like, oh, this ugly guy. Man, he don't get no women. Believe me, they're out there. They are out there. I mean, some of you probably heard it on my lives when I was in Honduras, man. Some women were just, oh, my goodness. I don't play like that. I don't play like that, especially now, when I'm married, obviously. But, yeah, that's something I don't play with. And, it's true story. When I give people compliments, oh my God, you are so beautiful, and I love the way and I'm very descriptive. I am very descriptive. And, and I'm very, people think that I'm kissing up, that I'm brown nosing and this and that. But you know what? I do that to everybody. Like, the team that I was in charge of, hey man, good job. Dude, that was a bro. Bro, that was amazing. I don't even know if I can do that, And I would exaggerate on the compliment, but that's because I want that person to feel special. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a lie, but that's just how they made me feel, And some people thought, oh, you're too corny. Oh, you're just saying that. You know how it is, right? But I'm never changing. I've never changed myself for nobody. If anything, the only thing that I would change is if I go into your house, I'm not going to go in there cussing up a storm. I'm going to go in there very respectful. That's not changing who you are. That's just being respectful and being mindful of who's around you in the area where you're at. And then I would just adjust to that atmosphere. That is different. That's okay to do. But, some people just don't want it. They don't get it. And, I've been called all kinds of names. There were stories being made up, like I was in orgies when I was in high school. That was not a lot. That was not true. You know what? How about this? I'll give you a little rundown of who I have been in my life. But before, let me go ahead and read this. This super from Cutting Edge says, never sugarcoat the Bible. Always tell it as it is, even if it hurts others. Otherwise, you are not a true Christian. Love people, not sin. Amen, bro. I like that. All right, let me before I start telling you who I am as a person, and you will believe it or not, I don't give a crap. It is going to be the truth that I'm going to tell you. Hey, how you doing, bro? Good to see you, man. It's been a while. I know you've been busy, but it's good to see you on here. Real fishy. Poor guy had to change his account. Let's see, truth teller. So you're saying we have illegals here? Huh. You lose the argument of immigration if you start it again. All right. When I was a preacher, the church didn't like me because I always talked about loving our neighbor, right? That's something that people really get mad at me on the left in here. Loving our neighbor. And I always emphasize that Jesus said to love your neighbor. That means the person next to you. But he also said not to love their sin. Just as he also said, about the preachers, do as they say, but not as they do, for they don't practice what they say. And I think that that's very, very wise. And so I always loved and cared for everybody. It didn't matter what they looked like. It didn't matter how they talked. I put up with it. It's no big deal. And so some of the churches didn't like that. They didn't like me at all. And then when I would give advice to people that are not in church, that are in the world, they're struggling with finances and all this stuff, and I would go and give them advice, And they always will say, oh, well, it's so easy for you because you're a pastor and you're making all these hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they will think this whole thing about me, which wasn't true. My wife and I were doing this sort of, yeah, it was a mission, I guess. It's a missionary pastors in Yakima. And I worked a full-time job. My wife stayed home with the kids. We stayed in this very broken down house. Some of you may have heard of the story about the house. But the point is that I was working full-time, and about 80% of my check, of my income, my actual income that I was to take home, I would use for the church. And the Bible says that you're supposed to pay 10% tithings, to God. And that means that to church and to help whoever you need to help. Now, a lot of big mega churches don't do that, really, not the way they're supposed to. I'm not going to judge them. They do a lot of good as well. But, I did all that, and people didn't appreciate it. I know God did. And I never did anything so that I can get love from people. I never did anything to get something back from the people. I wanted to just serve God, and I wanted to make God happy that I was a good servant. And so I did. But that's just part of it. Now, let me tell you what kind of person I am. If you really want to know who I am, throughout high school, throughout my whole life, man, I'm going to go back to when I was in Honduras in first grade. I've always been skinny kid, but I've always been bigger than most. I've always been bigger than average. And, I don't know, my mom just gave me a lot of love. I don't know if I was spoiled. Maybe to a point I was. But I was a kid that grew up sharing his lunch with those who didn't have food. So I would pick a friend. I had a friend. His name was Luis Hernandez. And his dad he used to sell eggs. And that was the business. He will go around and he will sell eggs. And so sometimes he will have money, and then he will share his lunch with me, and so on and so forth. And sometimes we both had lunch, and so we share with somebody else that was not eating. And, I've always defended people that were smaller than me. That doesn't mean that nobody can beat me up. I got beat up one time when I was in second grade. I was defending one of my, friends in second grade from a fifth grader. And this fifth grader was just a jerk, him and two friends. You've seen the movies here. It happens over there too. And him and two friends were, just bullies in school. And one time I stood up to them. And I decked them on the mouth. And my mom, I got in trouble with my mom, by the way. And, and I told them, I said, you don't get to pick on my friends. That's not how it works, so to speak. And so the director gave me a timeout in school, and in timeouts in Honduras, you have to go kneel at the director's office, the principal. That they're called directors, at the principal's office, and you have to kneel, for the whole period. That's about an hour of kneeling as punishment. And then people will come in and tell him what happened. Well, I can tell you, he made me safety guard. He made me safety guard of the elementary school. And, I was so proud. I was wearing this little jacket with safety. Hey, I'm maintaining order. I'm keeping the law, so to speak, like a small little sheriff. Kind of guy. And so every time that I would get in trouble, I will always get in trouble for fights. But it wasn't for fights on myself. I was always a fight because I was defending somebody. And that is the same story that has happened here in the United States. And when I was a freshman, in-house suspension for a week for fighting because I was defending this kid that was being bullied by the same people. And like every year, it never failed. I always get caught fighting somebody, and because I didn't want the smaller size kids to get picked on. I hate that. I really hate that. And that is one of the things that pushes me today, that I hate to see people pretending to be victims, and yet they are the biggest bullies, and they are hurting the people in Washington State so bad and they get away with it. So I have this thing that bothers me, that makes me want to fight, and that's who I am. I fight for the smaller guys. Can I get beat up by a bigger guy? But it's going to be a hell of a fight. I'll tell you that right now. But I always stood up for the smaller size people, okay, or even for the same size people, but just didn't want to defend themselves. I always defended them every single time. I fought bullies. That's what I did. I fought bullies. I still fight bullies. I don't like people pushing or beating up on somebody. If somebody's getting beat up on the street, I'm jumping in and we're both getting beat up together, or we're going to kick some ass and make it right. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, for the last few years, I've been carrying a gun with me the whole time, just practicing and, enforcing my Second Amendment rights, here. But, I always feel like there's so many people that need to be protected. And right now, one of the things that I'm going to campaign on is protecting our children. I'm sick and tired of this child abuse going on in our schools right now. They're mutilating our children. We just can't let that happen. And I live in a blue state where almost 70% of the people here are Democrats. And this is what I mean. It's like, I'm not looking for Republicans. I'm looking for Americans. I'm not looking for Democrats, but if you call yourself a Democrat, I'm looking for you to help me bring justice to this state. Enough with this excuse for taxing the people. I was so excited yesterday when I started talking about tariffs and taxes. And a lot of the libtards fell in my trap when I asked them if they thought that tariffs as a tax was a bad thing. What's crazy is that somebody commented on one of my videos and they didn't understand what the hell I was doing. But apparently I had to explain it to them, and hopefully it makes sense to them now. And so I'm in there trying to make sense of things. Thank you, Samuel. Much love to you, brother. I appreciate that, man. All the people you see in blue and green on here, those are my brothers and sisters, man. They got my back. They lift up my spirit. They push me to continue to go forward because they know that what we speak is the truth. We're not pretending to be anything that we're not. This is what America is. It has always been. And people, because of all these migrants that come in here that don't assimilate to American values, we're losing our country. So of course, when I speak like an American, like an original American, I speak with love for the people. I want to help the people. And so when I give compliments, when they think I'm brown nosing, they think I'm kissing ass, they think all these stupid things because they're not used to hearing those kind words. I like comedy. A lot of comedians make fun of white people for saying, "Oh, that's swell." Remember the old words in the 60s and 70s, 50s? That's swell. Oh, gosh, gone it, for crying out loud. I heard all these words from my brother-in-law who married my older sister. And I'm going to tell you right now, he doesn't watch my show. He is the best example of an American that I have ever had in my life. Number one, he is a Christian, God-fearing man. Number two, he is a great father. He is an amazing father. He loves his children. He disciplines them, doesn't abuse them, doesn't beat them. The man is his kids respect them. Wow. Number three, he is the best husband that my sister could ever have had or hope or wish for. He has taken care of her. He has loved her tenderly. He has stood by her side. He puts up with all her stupidness. I mean, I wouldn't, but he is such a great man that he does. And they've been married for, oh my gosh, they got married when I was 5. They've been married for 45 years. Can you believe that? That, my friends, it is the best example of what an American is and all the values that he holds. He appreciates Honduran culture and Honduran food and he likes Chinese food and everything, but he maintains his American values. And people say, what the hell is American values? Americans don't have any values. Yes, we do. There's Christian values. They're family nuclear values. There's a husband and a wife and children and the dream, the American dream to get the house with the white picket fence and a nice car so you can go to work. My brother-in-law, he could have bought a nice car for himself. You know what he was driving? An old piece of shit Mustang. I remember it was an old yellow rusted Mustang. The seats were all cut up. And I'm like, why the hell do you drive this piece of junk? And he said, Dennis, it's not a piece of junk. This car runs just as fine as any other car. And I was like, it may run, but this car, he's not comfortable. And it looks ugly. And he said, well, I think it looks beautiful. And you know what? He had a nice house. Nice house for him, his wife, and his kids. My sister drove a nice car, but he drove that old Mustang hoopty. That's crazy. That is crazy. And so I got these examples in my life, that makes me who I am, And people don't, if people that are not used to hearing the word "I love you," they think it's corny. They think it's just something that you just don't eat or touch. You just 10-foot pole, right? You can't even touch it with a 10-foot pole. But those who are that are raised with love and discipline, they know what I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking about. All right. So with that being said, I've always fought for those who are smaller than me, and I always fought bullies. Now, I get it. I'm not perfect, and I will rage. You guys remember that old Goofy cartoon when he goes into the car? He's like the nicest guy in the neighborhood, and then he starts cranking the engine, and he's like, and he's getting mad and angry. And as soon as the engine starts in the car, he just transforms into some evil, crazy, deranged guy. That is me. That is me. I ain't gonna lie. That's me. I get very angry, but you know what? I get very angry, and I call it just angry because righteous angry. Because I get mad when something is just not fair, when justice is not being served. That's me. That's who I am. And I would like to think that I love everybody, but sometimes I even question that because I know that I love everybody, but that doesn't mean I like everybody. That doesn't mean that I want to be with everybody. No, I want to keep my distance from people. I got to tell them the truth no matter what. But, as hard as my life has been, I have not changed. And if anything, I have been molded to be the man that I am today. And I'm going to give you an example that some of you may have heard already. But I'm going to give you an example. And I mentioned this before, but I think it's very important for people to understand that, there's people out there, like teenagers, young kids, that have their moms and their dads, and yet they throw everything away. Like I told you the story, I had to work for myself. I went to school full time. I did sports so that I can get my scholarship so I can play football in the University of Washington. And then I had to go to work to maintain and support myself. My teachers used to give me, my coaches, not my teachers, my coaches. Coach Myrie, I love my Coach Myrie, and Coach Onderzak. They're both retired, by the way, from the Mariner High School. But they know my life story. And they used to give me cheeseburger coupons to McDonald's, And so sometimes I would just be able to eat two cheeseburgers. And that's what I eat, for dinner. And then at school, I have free lunch. So that was nice, And so I would eat whatever the school lunch was. But I never really gained weight, for sports because I didn't really have money to eat, And I wasn't getting any food stamps. I was a minor, even though I was emancipated. But, the whole point of this is I was forced into a life of, okay, so I got to do my school. I could have dropped out. And I could have just work and that's it. Make more money, get 2 jobs, etc. But I did my full-time school. I didn't give up. I continued doing my sports. I didn't give up. I continued to work and do all 3, and I didn't give up. 2 years, I graduated from high school to where many kids that had the same family support that most Americans have, a mom and a dad, and even money. They even drove to school. They dropped out. They failed. And yet, here is sort of an abandoned, neglected child who stands up for the weak, who stands against bullies, who fights for fairness and justice. When I go against all odds, I keep on fighting and keep moving forward. I can't do that because I'm a natural fighter. No, it's because God has been watching over me. And I appreciate that. I had many teachers in school that were my second parents, and I will never forget them. You know, none of my teachers ever told me that I can be gay, that it's okay to do any of the nasty things that people want to do today to themselves. I was always taught that I should grow to be a great man, that I should grow up to be a great help to society, an example of man. They never told me you can be whoever you want. You can be a chicken, a dog, a horse. You can be a woman. No, none of those things. Just study hard, work hard, and reap the benefits of life. Keep being and continue to be a good man. The principal gave me a gift card. I thought I was in trouble. I wasn't going to graduate, but it was a gift card with a beautiful letter supporting me and to give me encouragement for my future life. And I worked for 2 jobs after I graduated high school for many years. Many years. I had to learn the hard way. But anyways, but here we are, and that is the kind of person that I am. I have had businesses. I have been a manager. I have worked as a supervisor. I've been a lead. I've been, I have been a pastor cleaning toilets. I find that interesting that, when I was a pastor and I would clean the toilets, they would, some of the members, not all, some of the members were like, "Oh, pastor, you can't do that." It's like, no, let me do it for you. I was like, "I got this." I said, "Why don't you go do the other bathroom?" And I got this, and my thing was like, I take my suit jacket off, and I roll off my sleeves and, I change my shoes. And then I start just, spraying cleaning supplies on the glass on the sink. And I get the mix, with Fabuloso, or Pine-Sol, and, for the floor. And I'm in there just, mopping and, it smells good. And I'm just thinking, when somebody sits on this toilet, those cheeks will be taken care of because it's going to be nice and clean. And it was such a proudful moment, not a proudful, I guess joyful moment, and I leave this bathroom, man, just immaculate, and people saw that, and they're like, why are you doing that? It's like, you have a congregation that's like, they can do it. It's just like, hey, listen, Jesus Christ washed the feet of his disciples. I'm not here to be served. Jesus Christ, even though he's the Son of God, did not come here to be served. But he came to serve, he says. And that is the example that I took with me when I was in church and serving. And so it was a very joyful moment for me. And my wife did the same thing. She co-pastored with me, obviously, because she talked to the ladies. But, she also cleaned the toilets with me. And my kids would just run around like everybody else's kids and all that stuff. That's fine. But it was so nice, to be able to get your hands dirty. And I know I had a full-time job on top of being full-time missionary pastor. I had a pastor that offered me to work with him, and I said, I'm done. I said, I was here for 5 years. That was it, and we did 1 year in Yakima, but 5 years was the time that I was agreeing with. And so I stopped. There's a couple of reasons. I gave everything. Me and my wife gave 100% of ourselves to the people, and they were so ungrateful. Many backstabbers, double crossers, and many people talk bad about us and raised false testimonies and lied about us, and they just hated us. And a lot of people loved us, but there are those snakes out there, that make you look bad and this and that. And it was starting to bother me, and so, I find myself sometimes I was cursing, and I'm like, wait a minute, you're a pastor, you can't do that. And so I asked that's it. I can't lose my soul trying to save the world, so to speak. You know, if and the Bible says that, what benefit is it to try to save the world and then lose your soul in the process? And that is the thing that came to my mind, and I said, okay, that's it. I need to focus on loving my wife and my children. And that's just how I am. Now, I know that we're going to talk about all that about politics. Besides that, but religion has been part of my life. You know, child abuse has been part of my life. Neglection has been part of my life. Rejection has been part of my life. Anything you can think of, depression in a dark manner that you have never ever experienced yourself, that has been part of my life. And even today, when I have these so-called Christians that like to come in and judge me because of the way that I talk or the way that I joke, listen, my salvation does not depend on your approval. And that's the bottom line. If you love God and if you follow Jesus Christ, then do it. Do it. Stop worrying about other people not doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, mind your business. This is when you can say mind your business. Just take care of your stuff, love one another, and that's it. That's it. I'm not looking bad for 21. Thanks, bro. But hold on, I'm getting a message from the wife. Love you, baby. My wife sending me sending me a compliment on a text. Oh man, I love my wife. She's very supportive, but I always say the disclaimer, right? I always say the disclaimer. If she gets rid of me, it is what it is. But she's so good. Let's see, Christianity 2026 plus Islam 0. Yeah, I like that one. I always forget about that one, but that's true. Let's say Mister says, until you can get a middle class president, nothing will change. But you need money to run, so that'll never happen. I've actually heard that from people about me running for governor here in Washington State. The first thing they tell me is that it's never going to happen because I'm going to have to raise a lot of money. Now, this is where I'm ignorant. This is where I'm ignorant. I don't know why you have to raise hundreds of millions of dollars. I really don't. Now, the only thing that I can think of, and again, this is something that I really need to look into, right? So that we can go in there with the right foot forward. I do know that I need a staff. So if I have to raise money to pay a staff, I can understand that. But I really don't know why you have to raise hundreds of millions of, maybe sometimes, some people can raise billions. But I don't understand why you have to raise hundreds of millions of dollars to run for government. It's like, it seems like so much wasted money just to run a campaign. But, if you guys have some advice, this would be the time that I will take some, and you can put that on the chat. Tell me why. Why do we have to raise so much money? And then you can help me out and tell me what are some of the costs that I will look at if I was to run for governor. Okay? Now, let's see. I can do a quick, search and all that stuff. But, I like to hear people's opinions as well. And, sometimes it's negative, sometimes it's positive. But I like to hear what people have to say. So if you know some of the things that I will need to look for to run for governor, I will go ahead and gladly take some of your advice. Okay. Let's see. Disagree. Donald J. Trump. What? IRS a born leader? I don't know what is. I think you're saying is, right? What the hell was that? What was that? I don't know what that was. It sounded like it was here. Give me a second, guys. I apologize about that. I got distracted. Squirrel. Don't worry. I will show you guys some clips so you don't have to just listen here to my dumb stories. Okay. But I thought that it will be a good thing to give you guys a little background of where I come from and some of the things that I've been through because a lot of people don't understand why I am the way that I am. And sometimes looking into someone's history can give you a little better look at that. So hopefully what I share with you guys today is helpful. Let's see. Tanya doesn't know about politics. My day is going great with you guys here. Thank you, Samuel. I really do. I really have a good time when I hear from you guys. You know, she's such a loving girl. Always saying hello to my wife, and I appreciate that. My man, I know he's a great man. He's a great soldier. I love having him as my big bro. I know he got my back. Brian, Robert. Robert's not here yet, right? But Brian and Robert, I appreciate you both. You know, there's so many people in here that have shown me love and support, and I appreciate that. Excuse me. All right, let's see. The time to turn this boat around would have been in the 90s, but that time, well, you know what? We're still alive, and if we run our life, thinking this should have happened a long time ago, it's too late now, then we will never do anything to change our future. As long as we are here in the present, that is a gift, and we need to take it so we can make a better future. Nothing was meant to be started from nothing. Us, we're not God. We have to start from something. Okay? So so there's that. Donald Plum says Dennis had to block. I never blocked you. Don't know what you're talking about. Did you misbehave? If you get misbehaved, don't blame me for that. You're doing that on your own. Let's see. Bold as a lion, says Jason. I am smart. Well, you have to say that. It kind of kills it. But don't want a dumb channel. Okay, sure, fair enough. Let me take a look and see what Bold has been saying. I'm going to give you some attention, okay? Oh, jeez. Bold as a lion has had, he's joined 2 years ago with 94 subscribers. That's great. He's got 2 deleted messages and a record of 14 timeouts. Oh, man. Here we go. Let's see. Let me read. Let's see. Let me read your last 3 comments. Here we go. Bald as the Line says politicians are Freemasons and Zionists. Yeah, I guess I can see that. I can see that. If you're running in a couple of months and don't have a plan, you're already behind the ball. That is true. That's a good criticism. I agree. But I'm a very yeah. You have to understand this, okay? I am the kind of person that suffers from anxiety in a way of I gotta have everything and do everything at once. Now, don't get me wrong. Of course, I can, I can take my time with certain projects, but I like to do everything just running. As a matter of fact, my mom said I never crawl. The moment that I was able to stand up is the moment that I started walking. At 6 months. Listen, my mom said that. I don't know. 6 months. I didn't crawl. I stood up and walked. That's what my mom said. At least that's what I remember. Maybe I was 7 months. I don't know. And then Jason said, okay, I'm smart. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, there you go. Thank you for your input. I appreciate that. Let's see. What else? Who else do we have in here? Mods, don't you think Bold should have his own stream? I mean, he shouldn't have to hijack this chat. Let's see. Yeah. Man, hey, don't play, man. man is gonna take you out, bro. I try to guide him. I try to hold him back, but he's like a pit bull. I can't control him all the time. You know what I'm saying? All right. Kian says he gets timed out for speaking facts. All right. All right. Give me one fact. Give me one fact. How about this? See, the people that this is what happens. This is what happens with people when they come in. Like BC, it never fails. It never fails. Look at this guy. Oh Lord, loudmouth Honduran. He said they are gay. He says us gay. You see that bold as a lion? You see that? You see those comments from BCJ? That's how people get timed out. That's how people get timed out. Okay? All right. So here's the thing. Give me a policy. I've asked this yesterday. Nobody replied. Right now, I'm really concentrating on your comments. So this is your moment to shine. Okay? We got 45 people on this live. That's crap. That is shitty. Very shitty. All right, let's take a look. Let's see. Give me a policy from Democrats that you support. And let's see if you guys really tell me the truth. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day to spread my wings and fly away. Come on, let's go. Let's see. Give me a policy that you support from the Democrats. Mister says gay marriage. Yeah, well, that's not a Democrat policy, but sure, they can get married. It's a sinful marriage, but to each his own. What else we got? Infrastructure and chips. That's not a Democratic policy. YouTube is messing around again. Started yesterday, says Tanya. She is not liking it. Oh, Paul Saucy in the house. Already smelling Trantifia in this morning. In the chat, he says to Dennis. All right, here we go. Keon says, here we go. One policy. Taxing billionaires more and stopping tax loopholes so that we can reduce the deficit. Okay. I like that. Now, don't you think it's better to encourage Americans and working people, that the more they work and the harder they work, the more they be rewarded, and not the opposite? Let me give you another example or question to that. Addition. If you tax the rich, as you say, right? If you tax the rich and the billionaires, well, we don't got that many billionaires, but if you tax the rich and the billionaires to make up for the deficit, why do you think that is not a good idea to, instead of doing that, create more jobs so that you can have more people working, paying taxes? That's just me. So my policy, right, and I agree, this is Trump's policy and a lot of Republicans' policy. My policy is to give tax cuts to big corporations and small businesses, to give them incentives to want to invest in our cities and states, to provide more jobs, create more jobs for people to work. And we're going to lower the taxes on the people. It needs to be done. And so my policy is to lower taxes for the working Americans. I believe the way to a successful government is not taxing the crap out of people, but by providing opportunities for them to make a living for themselves. Why did I support the Big Beautiful Bill? I supported the Big Beautiful Bill because it encouraged lazy Americans to get off their ass and go to work. And they did. Millions of them got off welfare. Millions got off welfare. And those who went to work part-time got their benefits back. It's a very simple thing. Now, here is something that I don't think I can do, but I most definitely would like to try something like this. And since we have a few people in here, give me your opinion on this. I know that it's hard for people to work hard and not be able to afford a living. Here, let me give you an example and see if this makes sense. When my wife and I were working, there was a time when my wife and I were working, and by $250, get this, by $250, I could not get any benefits like health care or food stamps, nothing. Because we didn't qualify because we were over about $250. So I want your opinion, your honest opinion. Now, I know, Keon, you're not in the United States. I know BJ or whatever his name is from India or Somalia or something. But I want your honest opinion. Is it possible, or would it be possible, to raise the maximum amount of income so that you can still qualify for food or health care? Now, I'm not proposing that you have universal free health care. I don't know. That might be possible, but we need to get rid of all this waste, fraud, and abuse completely. And we got to get rid of every single illegal immigrant that is not any help to our country. Okay? I propose that we raise the bar, because if here, let me do a quick search and see if there's something that we can do here. Oh, geez. Look at this article. Kilmer of Herrera Garcia asks U.S. judge in Tennessee to dismiss his criminal case, saying is vindictive. Son of a... This is something that pisses me off. You see this? An illegal immigrant. Kilmer of Herrera Garcia, the MS-13 gangbanger that Democrats have been defending. It's over here demanding a judge to dismiss his criminal case because it's vindictive. Are you kidding me? I would have sent his ass back to El Salvador. And by the way, he's getting fat again. Oh, that pisses me off. Oh, man, that was the first story that popped up when I opened that browser. Let me see. How would you search that? Income. How would you say that? Income to, this is probably the wrong way, but income to qualify. Oh, there you go. Here we go. Watch this. So income to qualify for food stamps. Let's take a look at that. All right, check this out. It says to qualify for food stamps in most states, your household's gross monthly income must generally be at or below 130% of federal poverty guidelines. Why? Why? Oh, man. Let me read a couple of comments and we'll continue to jump on that. Let's see. Make lobbying a serious crime. Yeah, we'll see. Lobbying, you can go either way. No DEI. So should stock trading in Congress. That I agree with that. They shouldn't be able to trade. Let's see. Now, if you didn't understand what the hell I put on my last short, I explained it already. What do you say? If your area, no boss, no business, nowhere will give a job, and you're broke, you can't start a business, what do? Get a job. If you can't start a business, get a job. Any job. Janitorial, sales, whatever you need to do, get a job. Start paying taxes, save some money, start investing. You got to do it yourself. Let me see. What else we have? No more insider. Yeah, I believe that. I'm with you on that. I see a lot of you guys say that. If you get caught lobbying, it should be a serious felony. Well, it depends. We're going to look lobbying, because what I understand from lobbying is not what most people understand. Let's see. which will ban Congress stop trading. Why are Republicans supporting that? They do support it. Republicans do support that. Now, there's some that probably don't. Just because you're Republican doesn't mean that you're good, okay? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be against those as well. So I'm not pro-Republican, pro-Democrat. I am pro-America. And just like, like Fetterman is a Democrat senator, he is also putting America first, not his party. It's not about a party. But let me ask you something, because a lot of people that were on welfare, they started doing. Stay with me here, okay? So the people that agree that Americans should be on welfare, their reasoning for adding new products, foods, and items, right, like junk food, sugary foods. They said that by these people having food stamps, it was benefiting the economy. It was helping the economy, right? Food stamps helps the economy, they say. Watch this. Why give food stamps to people that don't want to work and be lazy and depend on food stamps? I don't think that should be a mindset. But check this out. That is crazy. You have to be 130% of federal poverty guidelines. That is crazy. All right, so here we go, which is roughly $16.96 a month for one person, $2,292 for two persons, or $3,483 for a family of four. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Do you know how much housing is here in Washington State for a family of four? Housing here is about $3,000. And that's not the expensive one. $3,000. How are you going to consume 100% of the average Washingtonian income to the point where you have to have a second job, or your wife or your partner is going to have to work full time to be able to pay for gas, for food, you can't even afford healthcare, by the way. You cannot afford healthcare. And if you do, you're stretching and you're stressing and you don't live a healthy life. It's crazy. That is crazy. So, here we go. If we have a problem, with housing, and you can tell me your opinion. Give me your opinion on this, please. Now, we're talking about Americans here, not illegal immigrants. We're talking about Americans. You have to be an American or a green card holder, okay? That's the only two persons that can qualify. If housing for four is at $3,000, it's got to be done something like Section 8 does. Section 8, they charge 30% of your income to make the payment for housing. Now, I don't want to confuse you. Stay with me. The difference is this. If you're making, for example, if you're making $100 a month, Section 8 will charge you $30 a month for rent. If your rent is $3,000 a month, that should be 30% of your income. Let's make it 40%. You should have 40% of your income to pay for that. If your 40% of your income does not cover for your housing, you should qualify for welfare. You should qualify for free food stamps. And what is that going to do? It's going to give you a healthier life. No. You're not going to get the sugary drinks and all this junk food from food stamps. We're talking about the basic necessities as they were before at first. You get some milk, some eggs. Remember the American cheese, the government cheese, right? Some cereals, some oats, dry foods that you can cook, things like that, right? But everything has to be healthy. And I think that will encourage people to work more, and people that are working full time, that don't have to worry about $1,000 worth of food, hey, that is huge help. You know what I'm saying? So I think if the government really wanted to do something good for the people, they will do something like that. And I don't know if I'm going to propose it. I don't know if the governor can change that rule or if I can enforce it. What do you guys think about that? Well, Keon, so here's the thing with me. I believe on transparency. And you know what I don't like is I don't like you and I fighting about you telling me your truth, I'm telling you my truth, that the leftists hate the rightists and the Democrats hate the Republicans, Republicans hate the Democrats. I don't want that crap. I want transparency on every single thing. And this is why when we argued about who shut the government down, well, if all Democrats are voting to shut down, well, it was them. You know, and if we have all Republicans shutting to keep it open, well, that's Republicans trying to keep it open. I want things like that. I want everybody to see who votes for what. What are we talking about? What are we trying to do? And I want every single American to look at that. Do you think that's something that Americans would be happy to have? There's nothing wrong with that idea. Remember, I supported Democrats before because their ideas were great. Yeah, they were great. They were very competitive with Republicans. But the problem is that Democrats, they're not those progressives no more. And a lot of people still support that's Democratic Party, because they don't know that party left us. They threw us aside. They just used their reputation to make us miserable. That's it. Thank you, Keon. That's it. It's just crazy. So you have to remember, you see me as a Trumpster because I support Trump. I love Trump, okay? But it's not because, he's Trump, the great politician. No. I like Trump because, his businesses. Some of them have been bad. Some of them have been good. The golfing, the relation with his granddaughter. And I love I like to look at the good, positive things on people, not just the negative. And plus, I really believe on God being in control of our lives. But, these are things that this is what I always say, support capitalism so that we can afford to have socialist programs. That, to me, would be a socialist program, to say, if the rent is this much, if that rent is more than 40% of the income of the household, that household should be able to qualify for food stamps. And I know in a family of 4, I can tell you $1,000 a month is really not that much. It really isn't. So imagine that. That is a family that is working full time, making some money, and being able to go out there and take care of business. Because if you have, just think about this, what would be 40% of your income? You would have to make about $8,000 to $9,000 a month in order for that $3,000 to be 30 or 40%. Somebody help me out. Somebody that's genius with math. Tell me, what would be 330? Is it like 40? Let's say 30% because it's easier number. It will be 70. It will be $10,000 a month, right? If we say 40, I'm going to go down to like maybe $9,000 a month. How many people make $9,000 a month? And if you're in a state where you're making a lot more than that, shut the hell up. I don't want to hear it. I'm talking about the poor or the hardworking Americans that are not yet at middle class level. I think that, maybe most families where 2 people are working, they can probably get anywhere between $6,000 to $8,000 a month. If the rent is $3,000 a month, I mean, that's more than 40% of the income, right? A little bit, like 40% of the income. And I think that, bro, if you can make $8,000 a month and still get $1,000 worth of food stamps, that money goes back to the businesses. That money goes back to the government. It doesn't go back to us. It goes back to the businesses. It supports grocery chains. It supports, small shops, small businesses, that sell food or this type of items. And and it's helping the economy. You will be able to buy a little bit more expensive American products, right? Everybody has to work. You guys know that I always tell you, you cannot blame President Donald Trump for everything that's going wrong in our country. Because the reason why we have governors and mayors is because the president cannot be in all places all at once. He can only handle so many things himself. And let's be honest, President Donald Trump and the administration has done more than that. So if we have mayors and governors figuring out themselves, what can we do to create more work, more jobs, so that we can collect more taxes, not by raising them, but by creating more jobs. I think if the government really wants more money in taxes, well, you got to earn it. You can't just go blow up the budget and then punish the people. How about you go and encourage lazy people to go to work? How about you give incentives to corporations so that they can bring hundreds of thousands of jobs back, and then you have hundreds of thousands of new workers paying the full tax instead of raising taxes for the rest of the citizens? It makes total sense to me. I know I'm going to need some legal help and some advice on how to word it better. But I believe that is a good way of running government. It's not an ideology. It is a good way of running government. I know that if I need to make more money, here, I'm going to give you a very simple example. Here, Kian, this is for you. Oh, you're talking to 623. Okay, look, I'm going to give you a very easy example. Okay? In your household, you got to work to pay the bills. Okay, you got to work to pay the bills. There's some things that I'm going to agree with you guys on. Okay, we'll get to it. In my household, I work, but I know I need more money. So what do I got to do? Do I got to force my employer to give me a very high wage, or maybe my wife can get a job? I know there's other options, but just bear with me on this one. I can't force my employer, who can barely afford to pay me what I make, to pay me even more. So it would be absurd for me to expect him to pay me more. I need to either get a second job, or my wife needs to get a job, and then now we have more money coming in. I feel that same philosophy would apply. If I was a governor, right, the government should think, okay, we need more taxes. What do? Do we raise more taxes on people, or do we create more jobs for the people so that we can raise a lot more taxes? And I don't mean raising it as in making it higher. I mean collecting the taxes from more employees working, paying taxes. That's what I mean by that. But the government, what it does is that they make a budget, they propose it, they vote on it, right? Some taxes we vote on. A lot of taxes are progressive taxes. This is what we're against over here. And those taxes, once the rich people leave, we, the working people, get stuck paying those taxes. So instead of the government saying, we're going to raise more taxes, they should be like, okay, so here we go. Watch this, Keon. Stay with me, okay? Because you seem to have a good brain in your head. Listen, what sense does it make? Okay, listen, what sense does it make to just charge the rich more taxes while the lazy people have no incentive to work because we keep defending them? Instead of encouraging them to go to work, instead of giving them tax breaks, we're raising taxes on the people, and we're raising regulations and higher taxes on the rich people. If a company gets a big break and they make a good profit in a quarter, they get taxed for making that extra effort and getting that money, and they don't see the benefit of that money. So it discourages them to want to do good. In my brain, it makes total sense to give them tax cuts. Now, here's what I would say. If there are taxes that the rich are paying right now, there need to be no loopholes. You got to pay the taxes. I agree on that. But they got to be fair taxes. If I see that a company is making billions of dollars in profit, that's something that we can audit, right? Be like, hey, listen, Microsoft, come on, let me holler at you. Let me talk to you for a bit. Listen, your company is making this many billions in profit. Now, I don't want to encourage lazy people to not work, but what can you do to help out? Do you think maybe your employees can either make more money, right? What the incentive? What can they make more money? Can you give them a better 401k? Can you hire more people? Or can you pay this extra money in taxes? You got to talk to corporations. You got to talk with the big businesses. And I'm not saying that they're going to buy me. They can't buy me. And as a matter of fact, if somebody tries to buy me, I'm going to bury them alive, so to speak. Not physically. I got to be careful with how I say some things. Let's see. They can pay their employees more. Yeah. No. I don't like unions. I do not like unions. And if I am going to back up a union, they better prove to me that their plan works. Otherwise, I am not supporting the union. I'm going to tell you why. All right, let me see what you're saying. This is what I'm saying. They are going to automate jobs with AI and have less workers. Yeah, okay. I appreciate that, man. Keon, I might have you call in. All right, so I appreciate that. So here's the thing. Okay, so now we're going to jump into something different then, right? I think we kind of agree with changing some things with corporations and the rich. I don't like tax the rich. I don't like that. I disagree with it because I'm a person. You have to understand who I am. I like balance in my life. Like, for example, I'll give you this personally, okay? I think cocaine is bad. I think heroin is bad. I think marijuana is bad. Well, so is smoking tobacco. That is bad. Drinking alcohol, that is bad. So I'm a person that believes that I can't just say no to everything. I mean, some people might, but not me. And so what I do, I smoke. I smoke cigarettes. Now, I haven't smoked for almost 3 years now, but the fact is that I smoke cigarettes because, hey, you can't tell me what to do. I'm going to do what I want to do. I want to be bad, so I'm going to smoke cigarettes. And I used to drink, right? All those things are bad, but I used to drink and I used to smoke. And so I made a decision to change those things. But that's just me, right? And so I like to have balance. I'm not going to tell you that I'm a perfect person. I make my mistakes. I do this and that. But at the same time, I like to believe that God is in control of everything in my life. And all I have to do is say, yes, Lord, I'll do that. Lord, help me with this. And I will ask God for help. So you brought up a good point. And what I don't understand is why some people don't see this happening, right? So if you say that AI or automation is going to take a lot of jobs away, I've heard that it's going to make millions of jobs. I want to know how, right? But I heard that it's going to make millions of jobs. Now, maybe those millions of jobs, they're probably just talking about temporary work. And in all honesty, maybe they are talking about temporary work. But even for a bigger reason, we should encourage people to have businesses here in America, not in China, not in Russia, not in India, here in America. Middle class, that's a good question. Yeah, well, no, it's the working class, not middle class. I hate when people say middle class. Like, wait a minute, why are you saying middle class? What about the poor folks? You don't give a shit about those guys? All right, but I will hang up on you if you're over 5 minutes. All right, go ahead. You have my number still? No, no. I want to hear. Okay, so I want to hear. Um, I want to hear your whole plan. Okay, what do you think will work out better? I'll give you that. And yeah, let's talk about it. All right, go ahead, bro. All right, no problem. Yeah, working class, not middle class. I don't like this whole middle class thing because I feel that it just doesn't. It's not American if it doesn't include everybody, right? So I think that the rich people are okay paying taxes with what they are, if they're even paying taxes. We got to make sure that they do pay their taxes. Okay. I agree with the loophole, but that's something Congress needs to take care of, and I really hope that they do. And then we'll see. We'll see if the rich people are actually paying their taxes. I want to see that. See, a lot of poor people, they think they pay taxes because it gets deducted from their check, but at the end of the day, they get more in refunds than they do being deducted from their check. Hey, Kian, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Dennis? How are you?
Good morning, brother. What you
Good
okay?
morning.
So let's see. Where do you want to start?
Should we talk about taxes and economy and keep it
That is exactly what I want.
close to that? Yeah,
Yeah,
that way we don't go off topic.
yeah. Let's start
Okay.
with
So would you like me to
taxing the
start, or what do you
rich
think?
and taxing the poor.
Yes. So it's my belief that our current economic climate, right?
Yep.
So today, the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93% combined.
Yes.
It's a very stark contrast, right? Elon Musk himself has more wealth, is like 400 billion or whatever it is today.
Well, he has
Is
more
more wealth than
assets.
the bottom 52% of all Americans combined. Over half of Americans, you put all their wealth together, it's still less than one man. So my theory is that we need to reduce the deficit. We need to cut spending in a lot of areas. We can argue about where the best places to cut that is. Democrats and Republicans might have different opinions,
Oh, we always do.
but we always do, right? But
Yep.
we need to cut spending in some places,
Yep.
and we need to reduce the deficit, and we need to make you know average Americans, working class Americans, have opportunity to grow, get high paying jobs, and all this, right?
Yeah.
And what we found, it's my belief that currently corporations are not incentivized to help the working class. They're
Right.
incentivized to make more money, right?
Yeah.
I'm a business owner.
Sure.
My goal with my business is to make more money.
That's
I need to
everybody's
provide for
goal.
myself, right?
Yep.
And so I think a good government, which I'll admit, like, Democrats have not been always the best at this. I think Democrats are really split. There's like the true progressives, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah.
You might hate all those names, but
Yeah.
those are the people I kind of stand behind. And then the Chuck Schumer, like the Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, I'm like, fuck all of them, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of just where I'm at. So it's my belief that if we can tax billionaires, right? If you're making over $1 billion or your wealth is over $1 billion,
In
not
profit?
saying tax all the income, just the excess wealth.
You talking
at
about
higher
profit
rates.
or making income? Because there's a difference on profit and gains.
Yeah. So I think, and we could talk about like what the best way is. I think like the idea of a wealth tax, I think is good. It's either stopping the loopholes or having a wealth tax, right?
I
Because you can
don't
say,
like
hey,
that.
we're going to tax income, but if there's loopholes around it and only the rich can use those loopholes, that's not going to work. So, we can argue about like what the best method is. It could come with closing loopholes, or it could come with a wealth tax instead. So we can't just hoard everything in stocks, right? We can't hoard all the wealth in stocks. But the idea is, I guess my take, and I'll give you a chance to talk. I know I'm going on a rant,
Yeah.
but the idea is like, hey, I don't think corporations have the interest of the working class, and I think we need a good government that does have our interests in mind and kind of forces the hand of the corporation. Say, hey, you guys have record high profits. You guys are doing amazing right now. We gotta take some of that and make sure it's going back to the working class so the average American can afford their lives, because affordability is tough for everyone right now.
Okay. That it? You good right
Yeah,
now?
that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Appreciate you.
All right. Yep. I don't like the tax on assets. I don't like the wealth tax.
Okay.
because it's not money. You should tax money. You should tax the dollar, not the assets. This will force you to never own anything. If you're taxing every, I mean, like I don't agree with property taxes. You know what property taxes were for back in the day? Property taxes were only charged to you if, for example, you had a dirt road, or you needed to do some, the city needed to do some new, electricity wiring or bearing. That's what property taxes is for, to be able to pay for those projects, and they will be on the hands of the house owners and property owners. But that's not what it's like today. We have a government that has property taxes to where somebody has worked 30 years of their lives to buy their house, and they never own their house because the moment that they can't pay those property taxes, they get those houses taken away from them. So I don't agree with wealth tax. If you buy a yacht, you can't just pay $500,000 for a yacht and then it's never yours. You're still going to be paying 10% taxes on a $500,000. That's $50,000, man. That or what is it? Is it 5,000? No, yeah, $50,000. I think. That people have to pay every month for having a yacht, plus the maintenance and the gas and all these other stuff. It's like I don't agree with taxing wealth. I don't like that. I don't like taxing inheritance. I don't like taxing death. Here in Washington, I don't know your state or where you live, but here, if you die, you get taxed. Can you
Right.
believe that? That's crazy. So I don't agree with that kind of taxing. You can tax the dollar all day long. You can tax that all you want. But bless you. But here's the thing, I want your company to be huge, and what I want in return is I want jobs to be created.
Yeah.
I want your company to always be providing jobs for people, entry level, medium, intermediate, professional, kind of like for example, like Boeing. Something that happens, and this is what pisses me off about our government here. Boeing, they pay CEOs a lot of money. I don't agree with it. I am in disagreement with that. I think that is a big mistake. You can make millions, but to a point. And I heard a hearing that this one CEO was making $34 million, and then when I go and actually look at what he's making, he's making about $3 million cash, money, right? And that gets taxed. Everything else is stocks and whatever else they're giving him. See, I don't consider taxing that. Here, and I'm sure this is everywhere in the States probably, if we had a raffle, right, and I win a television that is worth more than $500, I got to pay tax for that. If you win a car, you got to pay the taxes, right? Because the company giving it to you is not paying those taxes. That is kind of
Can I
like,
ask you a question?
yeah, go ahead.
Dennis? So, like in the example of the Boeing example you gave, right?
Yeah.
Like the guy's making 34 million.
Yeah.
3 million is cash. The other 31 million is in other forms.
Yeah, I think
Would
so.
you not
I think that's
consider
kind of
that
how it
like
is.
a type of a loophole, though? Like if you're able to package.
Oh, is that what you call a
compensation-
loophole?
I think that could be considered a loophole. Yeah, like if you.
I think it's
own-
fair. Yeah, it's fair.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? Like what if he made $1 cash and the rest was stock, and so he's only making $1 on paper, and 34 million comes in stock, and
Yeah.
you say, oh, we're not going to tax that.
Yeah,
To me, that is a form of a loophole to avoid taxes.
they can have that loophole. That's fine. You know why? What can they do with that stock? What can they do with
sell
that
it.
with those assets? And when they sell it, what do?
You pay taxes, but
That's what you
here's
say.
where
Gotcha,
I'm-
bitch. That's what you
Yeah,
say.
but
Gotcha.
here's the thing. So, how much stock has Elon Musk sold?
Oh yeah, that's a
Tesla
good point.
And Mark Zuckerberg sold of Meta. Like what they do, what these large, very rich billionaires do, is they keep their stock and then they take out loans against it.
Yep.
So they don't have to pay taxes on that, and
That's
then they
right.
just have to spend. So they're
Yeah.
hoarding all of the wealth, right? The wealth is here, but it's being hoarded by these billionaires who control. The top 1% owns 93% of all
Yeah.
the wealth in the country. That's the issue I'm saying.
So you don't like that they're smart?
It's not that so I agree that they're smart. They and again, I'm a business owner.
You know what?
I'm trying to get
I would
there
agree
too,
with you
right?
with this. I will only agree with you if it was in this case. You ready?
Okay.
Only certain people can do that. I will agree with you 1,000%. But if every American can do that, it's legit. Nothing for me to be jealous of.
Yes, but like, and
Right?
here's the, and I agree. Like, like
I'm going to grab some more
we
coffee.
want to
Okay,
give
hold on.
people
Yeah.
opportunity,
Yeah.
but I think at that point, like, Zuckerberg doesn't need his like 50th yacht or whatever, right? Like, there's so much wealth being hoarded at the top, and they're using these tools, which, like, yeah, you could make the claim like anyone could do that. Like, I could take a loan out of my $100 or whatever of my investment, but like, it's a tool that is only realistically used by the wealth, and the rest of the people are mostly working class people who have to work for their income. The reality is like, that is the reality for most Americans. And so, like, yes, are they like smarter than most people? Like, absolutely. Did they do a lot of things differently to get to the point that they are? Absolutely. There's a lot of hard work. There's also a lot of luck. And the one thing too I'll say is, like, a lot of the infrastructure that they built these huge businesses on are owned by the people. Like, the internet was created by the U.S. federal government, right? Roads are, like, a lot of the taxpayers have built the infrastructure as a community to provide the America that gave them the opportunity to get there. And so, yes, do they deserve more wealth than other people? Absolutely. Like, Elon Musk does some crazy cool stuff, right? But does he deserve to have more wealth than half of the entire country?
Why not?
I don't believe so. And I believe we should focus on getting some of that hoarded wealth to help with healthcare, to help with affordability, to make sure people can have homes, just like the freaking basics. So,
before we can do that, before I can agree with you on that, because I like that. Before I can agree with you on that, you have to help me get rid of all the illegal immigrants.
Okay, this is probably an area we will disagree on,
but
I will agree with you on this. So here's what I'll say on this. And I do want to talk about the Restore Trust in Congress Act too. I think that's a really important one.
Tell me about it.
So, but we can. I don't know. Would you be okay if we talk about that first?
Let me see. Let me take a look at it, because I don't know what it is. Immigration. I'm always on immigration.
Okay, so let's put immigration to the next part, Dennis, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
So the Restore Trust in Congress Act, I'll just kind of describe it really quickly. So what it is it's a congressional stock trading ban. It's saying we should like not let people in Congress hold, buy, sell stocks while they're in Congress. That's all it is. It's a bipartisan bill, and I think most Americans would say, hell yeah, we should do that. Like, we don't want the Nancy Pelosi's of the world, right? Like, we agree that is bad. But here's kind of with the current Congress, my issue is that right now we have 97 Democrats that have agreed to sign on. We have less than 10 Republicans that have agreed to sign on. So when I look at that, like, again, I don't call myself a Democrat, but like, I think that bill should go through, and the Democrats, I do think, are doing a better job. Not every Democrat, but overall, there's more people willing to sign that bill.
Okay. Well, what's wrong with the way that it's being done right now? Because the Congress Act that's nothing but how would I call it? A path to pass a bill. You have Congress, and then the Senate. They pass that. The president can either sign it into law or veto it.
Right.
What's wrong with that? That's how it's always been.
Yeah. No, and all I'm saying is that we don't have enough votes because not enough Republicans are willing to vote on that currently. We don't have enough votes in the House.
Interesting. Yeah, so, I don't know. That'd be something that I probably look at, but sure. not on my agenda to look into. But transparency will show everybody how they do things if they want to learn how it's done. I know very little about how. I don't like Congress. I want to get rid of Congress anyway. But I think the legislative department is shit today. But it's still there. It's part of our system, and we have to somehow work with it. The way that I think that's why we disagree a lot with Americans. I'm speaking of not just me and you. Sure. I think that a lot of Americans, we disagree and with each other because we're talking about taxing the rich, and what you're talking about is the assets and why he's $1 trillion Elon Musk, and they're all in assets, and you can't tax that. And I feel like, you know, that if people really wanted to fight it, if people really wanted to fight the rich being rich at the one top percent, I think that the only way that you can fight that is becoming rich yourself and to match yourself to that. But if you can't, you can't hate them for being where they're at. Because if you try to destroy their wealth, why would they want to accumulate it if you're just going to take it away from them? Because if you're taxing their assets, it's not something that they have, and you know their assets can depreciate, they can lose value and all this stuff. So where's the gain for them? You know, to invest and invest is like, it's like you telling me that I'm going to have all, I don't have big assets, right? I don't have big money, but you know what? I'm going to open up a savings account. The savings account is going to give me 1%, 2%, maybe 3%, and I'm going to leave it in there permanent. I'm not going to touch it. I'm not going to grab it. I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to keep my money in there, and I just keep adding money, and it's just being saved and saved, and that wealth is being accumulated. And if you're going to tax my savings account, because I'm saving, you know, like I'm making the sacrifice not to spend
Yeah.
this money. Like how would that be fair? Why would I keep saving,
Yeah.
investing if somebody's just going to steal it from me? Because that's what it is.
Yeah.
You're stealing money
Yeah.
from them.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I totally agree with everything you're saying. Now, and here I kind of want to frame this so like I'm gonna put myself in like my exact situation, right? Right now I'm trying to grow a business. Let's just say in a few, call it 3 years, I'm able to sell my business for $20 million. That'd be a lot of money. It'd be life changing, right? Like that would be put me in like
Tax
be
40%.
fairly rich, right? That would be awesome, right? Now, I don't like when we were talking about taxing the rich. Maybe sure, if at that range, I should pay more taxes in the working class. Like I do believe in a progressive tax system. But when we talk about taxing billionaires, right? So we think about if you everyone here put themselves in the shoes. You sold a business for $20 million in 5 years. You're a big success. You're changing your life. You're changing your family's life. Now, for me to make $1 billion, I would need to do that 50 more times. For me to make $500 billion, I would need to do that 10,000 more times. So the scale at which the wealth that these people have is immense. And so we like the idea of like, not taxing a savings account and like giving opportunity and like keeping incentive.
Yeah.
I agree with that from like the, working to middle to even like mid upper class or like what we would consider being rich personally. But when we're talking about these elites who
Yeah.
have tremendous amounts of money, and you look like the Walmart example, right? Like, the original, I forget his first name, but the guy who created Walmart, like he has passed it on to his kids, and now his kids are getting like a ridiculous amount of money. And so
Yeah.
we're kind of getting like different classes.
Well,
Right?
how
Like
many
you're
jobs
gonna
are they
have
getting
this,
though?
like
So
rich
remember.
elite class, and you're gonna have a working poor class, and the divide is getting worse and worse and worse
Yeah.
every day.
Yeah, but remember, there is a reason why they're getting all that money. This multiplication is how you get more money. But
Mm-hmm.
how many jobs are going to get lost if this rich person, this billionaire, leaves your city, your state?
So I'm talking. So I think this should be happening at the federal level. So I don't think that people. I don't think that billionaires will leave the country. Will leave,
No, even
like,
if it happens at the federal level, okay, I'm with you here. Nationwide, right? Is what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, let's say it happens
nationwide.
nationwide. But here's the thing. I know you're the governor in some other state, okay, and then you have these billionaires. Okay, this is competition. You have these billionaires over there. Okay, here in Washington State right now, I think it's already passed. We had an income state tax that was unconstitutional, so we never had one. Now the governor is forcing it in, right, with his paid judges. Here's the problem: you are having this big tax on the billionaires. You say, "Oh, nationwide, blah blah blah." Okay, that is not going to benefit you when I give them a better deal from my state because they will still get taxed that much, but I'm going to be able to give them cuts on other things so that they will want to come and invest in my state. How would you prevent that?
Yeah, so I think if the taxes are on the federal level, like sure, states are gonna, play that game.
Yeah.
But I think if the overall taxes are on the federal level, then they can't escape it unless they leave the country.
Yeah. How about exceptions? Exceptions. So if it's a federal tax, I can give it an exception as a state tax. If
You
they
give an
give me, if they give me,
exception
if
as
they
a
give
state
me a,
tax.
yeah, if they give me 100,000 employees, right? They produce 100,000 jobs. They don't have to pay state tax.
Sure, but again, if the wealth tax and the federal level is doing the job of taxing, and like sure,
Yeah,
some states might have no state income tax, but at
yeah,
least the federal government's getting that. And again, we need to spend that money in the right way, but
yeah.
I think that they wouldn't be able to escape it if
So
it's on the
where's the
federal
money
level.
going to go when it's federalized?
So it's going to go into the federal account treasury.
Yeah,
But like, so I agree that the other half of this equation, right? So it's like, yes, we tax billionaires more. We'll have the excess money. Both Democrats and Republicans to date have always spent that money in bad ways. The other half of this whole equation is we need to spend accordingly. And I
yeah.
agree
Thank
that
you. Oh,
both
finally
parties
somebody
have
says
done
it.
terrible at that.
Yeah, somebody said it. Ah, Keon, you're not so bad. You're not as bad as I thought.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, you got to hold them accountable for that shit. And you know what?
Yes, 100%.
The biggest argument is just and I try to explain to people. I don't know why they don't think I have ADHD. And if I let it loose, bro, that people will hate me even more. But you know what? That's why they don't understand that there's so many things behind every comment that I make, and I can't explain it every single time I say it, right? But the way that I am so against the taxes, it's not that we're against the taxing. I wish it was 1913, 1912. We don't pay taxes. Only nobody does, And then 1913, only the 1%. And then we all pay taxes now, right? The whole working class pays taxes.
Yep.
And they expanded to a sales tax, and they expanded to profit tax, and they want to do the asset tax that you're talking about. They're taxing death. They're taxing inheritance, and that inheritance money is from my dad. He already paid all the taxes for it. Why am I paying taxes for it? I'm still my dad. Those kind of things is like ridiculous, and they add these taxes. If those taxes were being collected to really help out your city and state and whatnot, I am a 100%. Hey, this is what we got to do to be the best, right? But they're not. They're being caught left and right with fraud and abuse. I know it sounds stupid because this is what it's called, but it's fraud, and they're abusing it, and these people are not being held accountable for. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican. Do what's right by the American people. You and I disagree with the immigration thing. I feel that immigration is a very big, important thing to keep, because immigration was not created to be a charity to the world. Immigration was created so that we are able to bring the best and the brightest into our country. If you want to play charity, we already have nonprofits, right? We don't tax them, right? We have nonprofits. And by the way, you probably like this one. I want the church to get taxed.
Right, yeah,
I think churches should get taxed. I mean, everybody pays taxes that makes money in the church. So the pastor pays taxes. The employees, the danner, the teachers, and they all pay taxes. But the money that comes in from the church, the whole big money, is the church when they buy things, that is for the church. Those are all your loopholes that you don't like. I think that every money that gets counted in, okay, let's say for example, I have this mega church. We're gonna go around I'm gonna lose my point. We have this mega church, and I collect $30,000 in 1 month, right? It's not a big, but $30,000 in 1 month. They got to pay 10% of that, right? Because I have to give 10% to God. So let's make it even. Let's make it 10% for the government as well, and then they can have 20%. What is it? What's 10% of 30? 30? No, 300. Fuck, I'm so lost with my zeros. 30,000. It would be what? $3,000, right? 10%. So
10% of 30,000 is 3,000. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So $3,000. Okay, so they make $27,000. From that $27,000, then now you pay your employees for that month. If you can't hire any more, churches have volunteers. They don't get paid. So that's kind of how religious works, right? Religion works. And so I feel like that's the way that it should be. If you're collecting $1 million every month, that's $100,000 that you're paying in taxes. That, how many people have to pay taxes to be 100,000? That's, bro. I pay. Me and my wife pay with like maybe about what $10,000 in taxes. Yeah. So just think that, like maybe 10 people. That's like 10 people in there. And people don't like that idea of the churches being taxed. But hey, if you want to tax the dollar, if you tax it when I buy milk, why not tax it when I give it away? That's just me. And some people are not going to like that, but I feel that that's one way that we can collect more
Yeah,
taxes.
and I totally agree. Like, I think, I kind of look at it like, I feel like people shouldn't pay more taxes than like teachers. Like the teachers are really important, and it's like all these loopholes.
Don't get me
where
going
people
with
are
the
paying
teachers,
less
man.
taxes. It's like then the people keeping our teaching our children and doing a lot of the really important jobs.
Well, don't get me going with the teachers because they're effing up right now. I almost cursed. I don't like them going out there teaching our kids that they can mutilate and they can keep things from their parents and taking them out to protest. I think that's a really bad teacher and they should be fired. But I agree with the old school teachers. My old school teachers to me, they were always my second parent, my second
Yeah.
mothers, second fathers. They encouraged me to work. They encouraged me to try to invest. They encouraged me to get a career, to stay focused, and they gave me love and the understanding. They never went against my mother or my family values or whatnot, but they always were there with love for me. So, those kind of teachers, bro, they were so underpaid, 100%. But the teachers that we have today, they all want to have rainbow hair and they want to dress like men and they're women and they want to dress like women but they're men and they're allowed to teach our children when like people don't like Pete Hesse, right? Because we got rid of all these trans in the military and all these men wearing skirts when they're trying to show power to the world, and the world just laugh because they have the men wearing a skirt. They don't even know who the hell they are. That's a whole different thing, right? We don't want to go
Sure.
that way. I want to stay in an economy
But I
for
agree on that.
affordability. So
Yeah, I'm going to talk about
going back to
affordability.
affordability, I feel that if we have more jobs created, you already know what I want to do with tax cuts and deregulations. If we have more jobs created, I think that will be more taxes to collect. That's just how I see the money coming in. And if there is a problem with corporations, I think that corporations, if they're American citizens, because there's a lot of international investment, I'm sure, foreign
Right,
investors.
which we should limit as well. Like we
Yeah,
should make
oh
sure the money
boy,
is
don't
going
get
to
me
American
going
citizens.
there. No, I'll tell you what, nobody, I don't know how I don't know if I can change this, but I can tell you, if it's up to me, no foreigner will be able to buy land in Washington State. Not one
I agree.
foreigner. Only Americans can buy land in America. Just because I really I'm very aware of how many foreigners hate us as a country, and they have not the best intentions for us. So if they want to do something bad against us, at least they can do is work to be a good citizen, and then eventually buy land, and then we can f them up if they turn around and try to destroy us. But but I believe that land ownership should be only to Americans. Maybe residents, maybe resident aliens. Who knows?
Yeah, and I think to even add on to that, like we should stop Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock and all these large private equity firms from buying up single family homes as well. I think we need to, which Trump has said, this is like the one thing, because as you probably know, I do not support Trump, but this is the one thing that if he does, I will absolutely support it if he goes through with banning the large private equity firms from owning single family homes.
I think he said that.
That will help open up the market. I
Yeah.
think that is something I firmly stand behind.
Yeah, I think he said that. And
Yeah.
you have to understand something, bro, that, with Biden, and I'm just going to give this with Biden because I
Sure.
wasn't too far, I wasn't off with Obama, to be honest. I had some things I didn't like, but I supported Obama. With Biden, it's just he wasn't there, period. And
Sure.
we saw a big decade. I don't expect them to be perfect, but it seems like today the people that hate us, because they hate us, the ones that voted for him, the people that hate us, they just don't like Trump. It doesn't matter what he does, and you know this. It doesn't matter what he does, whether it's good or bad. They expect him to be 100% accurate, and he cannot fuck up. Oh my God, I just dropped the F bomb. He cannot mess up, and he has to be perfect. Nobody has ever expected any president in our history to be perfect. Even if I think that I am a good person and I become a governor, bro, Keon, you're gonna be the first one to come be like, hey, Dennis, what the hell was that? What do you mean, what? Hey, what did you do to that business? What? Isn't that the right thing to do? I thought that was the right thing to do. Like, you know what I mean? I can make a mistake,
Sure.
but
Sure.
but I got to be able to just adjust, and I see this on Trump. I don't know if you've seen it. He has adjusted a lot. He's not using all the words that he was using before. He's still a clown because I am a clown as well. He's still a clown, and he's very sarcastic, and some people take sarcasm very serious. But everything that he's doing, man, it's like I'm a big believer. You give props where props are due, man, and you can hate where you can hate, but you can't just keep raising false testimony on this guy and hearsay. We have a law system that I disagree with, but it is what it is.
Mhm.
I have this zero tolerance for criminals. We have a three-strike system that has been repeated 30 times. So it's no longer a three-strike system. It's just a system that doesn't work. It just people keep getting freed. It doesn't matter how horrible their crime they're committing. These people do not want to change their lives. They don't want to be part of society, and those people should not go free. And that's one of the soft policies that we have here in Washington State. You know what they've been doing so far with the homeless, and this is part of what I believe in affordability, right? That I feel like a lot of these homeless people, it's not just that they can't afford housing, it's they're drug addicts. We
Yes.
Some people have a lot of mental problems. Like there was a guy here in Seattle that beat well they just she hit an old lady with a bat on her face for no reason. The guy is crazy. He's known for doing this, and they keep letting him loose on the street. This guy cannot go out. He needs to be in an asylum, mental asylum.
Sure.
We need asylums back in here to Washington. I tell you that. And they need to be taken care of. They're human beings, but they gotta have control of them, and they cannot be out in society hurting other people. With affordability, why do I tell you I would like to offer free universal health care? I would love that. But I need to get rid of all the illegal immigrants from this state. We cannot be a sanctuary state in Washington because instead of, this is what I think about a sanctuary state. A sanctuary state would be to where, like, if we have migrants, right, that come to this country and man, they overstayed their visa. Okay, listen, no problem. Don't no problem. Just come here and make sure you take care of what you need to take care of, and then make it right. But that's not how it happens. It's like people just get let go. Be like, hey, don't worry about it. As long as you're here, nobody's going to bother you. Criminals don't get turned into ICE. If you're a criminal, if you committed a crime, anything, and you went to jail, ICE should come and get you if you're illegal. Very simple, very simple. And I believe that will take off some of the red alerts, from our states. Uh, will people that are still legal in this country need to go? Yes, absolutely, 100%, because we don't want to give a message that if you break the law and come into this country and hide long enough, we're going to give you amnesty. That is not the message that we want to give. So,
Sure. So
um,
let me ask you. Let me
yeah,
ask you this, Dennis. So first off, when it comes to immigration, having a strong border, I completely agree with. I
sure.
think we should know who comes in and out. I don't think we should shoot people that try to come in, but we should have a strong border, and we should know who comes in. I agree with that.
I'm Poland on that side. I think people should get shot if they cross the
Okay,
border
I
illegally.
don't agree with that. I think we should detain and release and send them back, or maybe if they try again, put them.
You,
I don't know.
you
But
know what they
I agree we
say?
should have a strong border.
You
We
know
should
what
know
they
who
say
comes
to
in and
me?
out.
Before you say your point, you know what they say
Sure,
to
sure.
me? I'll be back in a week.
Yeah. No,
So it doesn't work. Listen, I'm not saying go shoot everybody, but you should be given warning shots. They should know, or at least be threatened. You will be shot if you cross the border illegally, and hopefully people will listen. I mean, I'm not saying that we should just kill anybody that crosses over, but they should have at least that threat. You know what I mean? And give some warning shots so that they think about it. At least think
yeah,
about
I
it.
would like to take a non-violent approach, but agree to disagree there. But again, strong border. I think that's the key thing. Is
Yeah.
we should know who comes in and out. I totally agree.
All right, go ahead.
Now, how I would approach immigration today, of the 13 or 20 million illegal immigrants that
Yeah.
are in our country today,
Yeah.
is first off, if they get into the criminal system, then we deport them, right? If they're criminals, they're repeat. Maybe we can argue on if that's one offense, two offense, three offense, but there's a number there in the low 1, 2, 3 where, hey, you've committed felonies, you're out of here. Right?
Okay.
Totally
Okay.
agree
Sure.
with that.
I'll go with that.
Now, when it comes to many of the illegal immigrants that have been here for decades, like maybe
Yes.
their parents came here and they
Yep.
were 2 years old, right? They didn't make a choice, right? Their parents did, but they didn't
Yep.
make the choice.
Yep.
And maybe some, even if they did make the choice, have been here in 30 years,
Yep.
right? I think that we should provide a path to citizenship for those working immigrants who have been in this country and just want to live their lives. I understand, like, and I think we can have a balance of having a strong border, but also being like, hey, look, you've been here, like, you're in a obviously a difficult spot because you're not here legally, but you're here. So it's like, I think there's a path where we can have a path to citizenship, like a really good immigration reform, where we can give them a path to become citizens and lead a good life.
I will run an immigration reform plan. I will do that. But and that's going to be for DACA document holders, right?
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
those TPS, we have to make sure that they are who they are. Anybody that gets involved with protests, they got to go. Every single one of them that goes out on the street and protest. You have
So
to
what about a
understand that
peaceful protest, Dennis? Like, if I disagree with what my administration is doing, I
Yeah.
think what they're doing is really harmful.
sure.
And I go out and I peacefully protest.
Yeah.
And I like, how else do I speak out against
You have an
harm that I
American. You have
see
them.
for my government?
It's an American right. I'm okay with
Yeah.
that. Yeah, but not illegals. They don't have that right.
Sure.
Illegal
Okay.
immigrants don't have the right to go protest our government. It's not their government. They can go protest their government, but not my government. It's like you're my brother. I can pick on you. I'm going to fight you, and we can kick each other's ass, but nobody else gets to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
That's how it is. So illegal immigrants have no right nor a freedom of speech against our government. They can do that against their government, but I believe those rights is not the same as human rights. Those rights are for Americans and residents in this country, not for illegal immigrants. Can you imagine? I go to your house, it's your house. Shut the hell up, Keon. And I go tell your kids, shut up. And I go tell your wife, and I go disrespect you, and I say, well, it's my freedom of speech. Well, not in my house. That's what you're going to say. So your kids can talk bad to you, and you're going to discipline them, right? Because that's your kids. But you know what? I don't think illegal immigrants, I think that if I find out that any illegal immigrant has gone out on a protest against our government, they are automatically denial in my book. I am very strict, bro. I am very kind and very flexible with things, but when I am strict and direct, you can't change that. So my advice has always been to people: if you are in this country illegally, stay quiet, stay out of trouble, just keep doing what you're doing, stay under the radar, behave, raise the American flag, show your love. If you are illegal and you're getting deported, that is not the government's fault. That is the law. But if you are here and you do happen to get papers, bro, at least I know that you love this country. But I see a lot of Mexican kids out there, a lot of anchor babies out there that are out there hating this nation. You cannot do that. You can't tell me that you're going to convince, and I hope that you're looking at the point of view that I have. You can't come in here and tell me F you and stone me and do all these things, and then say, I demand papers. You Is that how you gain favor? How would you gain favor from me in order for me to say, hey, listen, I really want you to have a path to residency? I wouldn't even say citizenship, to a residency, so that you can come in and out, go visit your family in your country. I know you're doing a good job here. And then, maybe then we can think about a path to citizenship. But they have to really prove themselves that they love America. And I know a lot of people that are illegal. They do. I do believe that. But, when it comes to that, brother, they're automatically deportation to me. It's one of the rules, you know that?
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on that. So
yeah, no, it's just one of the rules, and I say this because I was here. I've never been illegal, but I follow the steps. I read the requirements, and I do this, and I get a green card. And one of them is that you cannot be protesting against the government because it's not your government yet. When you become an American, that's when you get those rights. You're a resident, you get your freedom of speech, and you can peacefully protest. But foreigners cannot come over here and tell us what to do.
yeah, that makes sense.
That's
I agree with that.
yeah. It's like having all these Chinese people come over here and tell us, wait a minute, what is your president doing? Go tell them that. Like when it comes to Mexicans, everybody thinks we're all Mexicans because Mexico's next door, right? If we speak Spanish, we're Mexican automatically. But if Mexicans want to come and protest our government, our president, that's not their right. They need to go protest their government. Look at the cartels. They have enough shit going on in the country. Go back and help your country. We, the people, will go ahead and protest. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to
Yeah.
see Americans protesting. Sure, they protested Boeing. You know, they protested work. We do that, but you don't get to go out there and be violent and create riots and, like raise the Mexican flag while you're burning a car and think you're some sort of hero. That's disrespectful. That's a sign of invasion. And these people don't know how to do it. I just say stay quiet, raise your flag. Trust in God if you believe in God, and hopefully somebody comes along that will try to encourage the government to give some papers. Now the hard part about that is, and this is why I told you I don't like Congress, they have to approve it. And Obama tried immigration reform,
Right.
Trump tried immigration reform, and these suckers, these bloodsuckers, cannot agree because they are greedy. They want the money for what they want, and that's been the biggest problem. When Barack Obama brought it up, the Republicans, oh hell no, no, you're not gonna have this billions
Right.
and hundreds of billions of dollars for this. No, this is for Americans. And then Trump brought it up. And it's like, no, we're not gonna give you money for the wall. Are you crazy? But we're gonna make all DACA document holders residents, all of them.
Yep.
And they said no. So, you know, I think as the governor, I probably will have a lot less pull, but I feel that, being transparent and just letting people know, hey, listen, we're going to go for immigration reform. This is what we're going to do. We're going to pitch it to Congress, and we're going to see what they say. It's going to take a lot of money, bro, but just imagine what would be the best thing to say about this. And if people want to say, Dennis, you're such a hypocrite. You just said you don't want millions of people to be legal because it'll give the wrong message out there to the world. No, no. If we're talking about TPS holders, DACA document holders, these people have come over here approved for asylum. These people have come over here and approved for our help. And they got stuck here one way or another. And you know what? I want them to be legal. You don't
Yep.
have to make them a citizen, but you can make them a resident. And I'm going to tell you, man, you know how proud and happy I would be to be able to say that there is millions of people that just became residents and that they actually love the United States. You know how proud I would be to see that the airlines are freaking packed up the yin yang with people visiting families traveling back and forth legally. They don't have to worry about ICE picking them up. It would be the
Right.
greatest feeling on earth to me. And I can tell you that other people can see the future that far. And and everything that I say, they just say, "Oh, this guy is hateful. He hates illegal. He hates immigrants." They don't say that I love this country. They just say I hate the ones breaking the law. They don't
Sure.
say that I respect the law. No, I hate the ones breaking it. It's not that. If I didn't love them, I would just say shoot every single one of them. But no, that's not what we want. We want to tell them respect the law, and you can't force yourself on somebody, man. It's like you're raping our country. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's it. All right, let me go ahead and jump to the next point. And
Yep.
I like that you're being very collective.
Yep.
Tariffs versus taxes, local
Ooh.
taxes.
Okay.
Tell me why you hate tariffs. You're a business
So
owner.
yeah, yeah. So tariffs
Yeah.
are essentially a tax on the American consumer. So it's my belief that with tariffs,
Mm-hmm.
what happens, right? We put a tariff on all countries, right? 10 or 15%, whatever it is.
Yep,
If
15%
you
now.
want it, what'd you say?
15.
15. Okay. So 15%. So you add a 15% tariff, right? Who pays that tariff? It's the American company that's trying to import, the product from China or
Yeah,
Mexico
import.
or
It's an
wherever.
importation fee. Is how I know it from since I was a child, but it's a tax now.
Right,
And
right.
I'm okay with it.
It's
I'm
an
okay with it.
yeah, yeah, it's an importation fee that comes in paid by the American company,
Yeah.
right? And so it reduces their profit margin. And so, but what happens in effect with tariffs is that they raise those prices on consumers, right? So the company says, "Hey, this is cutting into our margins. We're going to raise the price on consumers," and we import a lot of stuff. So
Yeah.
the reason I don't like tariffs
Yeah.
is because it raises prices on consumers,
Yep. Yep.
and which is basically inflationary. Like everything costs more, but we're not making more, right?
Uh-huh.
The other thing it does is with these blanket tariffs, I think it really harms our relationships with other countries. Now, you can say, "Hey, well, America is this great place, and we should be bullies and like just put the tariff down." But I think there's a way to have really good negotiations and like be a teammate to our allies and say, "Hey, we need to be strategic in this." But by just kind of being a bully and putting those tariffs on other countries, I think we're ruining a lot of really close relationships, that America has previously had really good diplomacy to like get the better end of the deal. I mean, America's obviously done a good job. We're a superpower, right?
Yeah.
And I think we're ruining a lot of that. So 2 reasons to summarize: it is essentially an inflation and raises prices on consumers, and 2, I think it is hurting our relationships with our allies in other countries.
Because so you're saying we're friends.
Yeah, I think we should try to be friends with the West. All the allies, all NATO. I think we should really try to be good friends.
So let me ask you a question.
Because without it, I think we're risking global world order, and it's kind of scary.
You're a business owner. I like it. You're giving jobs and you're bringing taxes. I love it. Would you consider me a friend if I was screwing you over with business?
If you were screwing me over, like something behind my back?
I was taking advantage of you, and you were losing money and I'm gaining money. Would you consider me a friend?
Of course not. No.
That's why. That's why we do it. That's why I support tariffs. Now, I want you to continue on the burden on the people, the consumers, and all that stuff. Now, tell me, and hopefully you stay honest, because you're being honest.
Yeah, sure.
Now, go ahead and talk to me about taxes, our local taxes.
So, what's the relationship, or like?
Same way. How do tariffs impact? You said everything. That the tariffs is a tax impact.
How do taxes impact businesses?
Yeah, and the people in general. People in general.
So, in general. So, not even talking about like the rich, just taxes for everyone.
Just taxes for everybody. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, absolutely. So, taxes. So, when it comes to like a corporation, right? Since we're talking about business, so let's just say my company makes $100,000 this year, whatever. Let's just pick a number, right?
You better put a super chat with that money.
$100,000 this year. Say that again. Sorry.
You better put a super chat with that money.
No. Well, here's the thing.
Never tell me how much you're making. I was expecting something.
No. But here. Let me keep going. So, if my business has $100,000 in revenue, last year.
Revenue.
Right?
Yep.
Revenue, and I have $50,000 in expenses. Right. My income is $50,000.
Correct.
Right. So when
you're using the loophole.
Say that again.
You're using the loophole.
So I don't think that's a loophole.
that is a loophole.
Well, here's the thing.
You know why it's a loophole? Because that's your business, and you're making all those deductions from it before you actually pay taxes.
No, I think this is a really important point. So I don't, because of, for example, like if I made $100,000 in revenue, and I have $50,000 expenses, like I don't think you can tax at $100,000, because that's not the income of the business. That's not the profit of the business.
But neither are the assets that you have.
On the profit of the business. So at the corporation level, whether that's an LLC, an S corp, or a C corp, you should tax the business on the profits. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
And this kind of ties into how businesses create jobs too. So for example, if I as a business wanted to pay less taxes, I would spend more. So if the tax rate is high, and I say, hey, I really don't want to pay these taxes. If I'm making $100,000 instead of $50,000, I might actually hire people or invest in more, right? Not necessarily jobs.
Wait, Kian. Wait.
Put off those tax bills.
Hold on. Did you just say you don't want to pay taxes?
As a business?
Yeah, as a business.
I'm trying to pay less taxes.
Exactly. And I want you to pay less taxes because I want you to give me another job. I want another employee come out of you.
So I think we're on the same page here, but the difference is I don't think that reducing the tax bill creates jobs, because I only pay taxes on the profits. That's after all my expenses, which includes the expenses of my employees.
Yeah, but if I tell you though, but if I offered it to you, and if I said, hey, listen, I want you to pay less taxes, but I need you to give me 5 more employees, would that work for you?
If you came to me directly and said that, so
believe me, I wouldn't ask you to give me 5 employees if I didn't realize that you're going to make a lot more money by having 5 employees.
So I'm trying to relate this to, like, obviously the government isn't going to come to me and make me that one offer, right?
I will.
But at a global level, we there could be an agreement, right?
Yeah.
So to me, what that's saying, like, hey, if you allow unions, right, or you allow, your workers to negotiate their salaries in a way, and like, can you get a tax reduction for like playing by the rules really, really well there?
Mm-hmm.
A, investing in American jobs, and
Yeah.
B, you know, there needs to be some sort of union type structure, because you can't. I don't think you just trust companies to just be like, oh yeah, we're gonna do it, you know. But in that case, like, yeah, I think that's something that if we looked at the details, like, we could figure out, and that's something I could potentially be supportive of. Yes.
Okay. All right. So business tax, we understand. What about every other tax that is put onto the American people, like sales tax,
Yeah,
gas
yeah. So,
tax,
and
working
I think so.
tax,
I'm
death
not like,
tax, inheritance
sure,
tax?
sure. So there's a lot of different taxes, right? You know, property sales, all these different things.
Yeah.
I'm not generally like against taxes. So my kind of like the
I
two
am
goals.
100%.
Sure. So the two goals
I
that I
hate
have,
taxes.
yeah, the two goals that I have are, one, I want to make life for working class Americans affordable again, right? I want people to like be able to live decent lives and like pay their bills and get health care and like have a home, right?
Yeah.
Have kids, like live
Yeah.
the American.
Yeah.
So that's priority number one. Priority number two is reduce the deficit, right? We need
True.
to, like, this, if it keeps going up like this,
Yeah.
like, it's gonna pop, right? And it's not good, and that then global world order is down, and like that's a very scary thing.
Well,
So
that's
those are my two
that's
goals.
the
So
that.
when you ask,
Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead.
no, okay, I'll just finish and I'll give you a chance. So when you ask about like all these other taxes, it's not that I agree with the tax or not, but I don't think we should be lowering taxes, except maybe for the working class, because it's so hard to like live today. But
Yeah.
in general, we want to tax the richer people. So whatever taxes favor taxing the rich and reduce taxes on the working class, but also help us cut into the deficit, those are taxes I do support.
Okay. All right. So, do you feel the same with tariffs and local income taxes?
So with tariffs, like, do I feel the same about tariffs? Because yeah, because I'm anti-tariff. So with
Yeah.
tariffs, that's a good question, and I think this is a great thing you're bringing up. So like with tariffs, now if you told me like we're gonna put tariffs on like just the largest corporations, and we're gonna like limit them from like raising their prices on consumers, then
Yeah.
in theory tariffs would be good. I think that'd be really hard to do in practice. But I think the problem with tariffs are that it just increases, it pushes the profits, or it pushes the prices on the consumer at the end of the day. So like in practice with tariffs, when we look at historical data, that inflationary, piece of the tariff has always gone to the consumer, and I think that's the problem. It's raising prices, and so that's why I don't think we should do tariffs. Instead, we should tax the profit rate, right? If a company makes a lot of profits, right, at the end of all their expenses, that's where the tax should go in, because it's coming directly out of the pockets of the billionaires,
Yeah.
instead of getting passed through to the consumer.
Okay.
Does that part make sense? Like,
Yeah.
like the tax rate is on the profits that the company makes, right? If we have higher corporate taxes, if a company profited $100 billion or whatever, we can get a piece of that goes to the government. Versus a tariff, it's increasing the cost, so they can push that to the consumer, right, to protect their profits, and they can still make $100 billion profit if they just charge the consumer more. So the consumers are paying that extra inflation hike, not the billionaire. That's the issue I have with tariffs.
Okay. So, what do you think about this? What if we pay tariffs? Here, before I ask you that question, Oregon,
Okay.
right next to Washington, here down south of us, Oregon does not have a sales tax. When you go to the store and something says it's $5, it's $5. There's no taxes.
Sure.
You pump gas, there's no taxes. If I was to the border of Washington, Oregon, I would pump my tank in Oregon because it'd be a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
But
Cheaper.
here's the thing: they get a higher income tax.
Right.
Okay. Do you think that it will make us, the people, more money if we go back to the old ways, to where tariffs used to support our government, and then we don't have to pay federal taxes? You as an employer, and us as employees. Do you think that would be beneficial to say, let's just do tariffs instead of paying federal taxes? That's something that Trump has proposed, and I think that's fantastic. What
So
do you think
good
about that?
question, and my answer is no, and here's why. So going back to the point I made earlier of I think the billionaires and the corporations have the majority of the wealth and the money, right?
Yeah.
And so these huge corporations that are making
Okay.
billions
Let
in
me add
profit.
a. There's a clause.
Sure. Okay. Sure. Sure. Go ahead.
Anything more than $500,000, you still have to pay taxes. How's that?
Right. Okay. Fair.
We
Yeah.
got to
So
have a clause. I can never convince anybody. I think that it'll be. I would think that people are really stupid if nobody challenged me on that completely. Because you just as soon as you said millionaires, shit, that's right, they exist.
yeah, and dude,
You
and
just
you say over
reminded me that they exist.
500,000, Dennis.
Yeah.
Like when I talk about taxing billionaires, like I'm talking like over like 50 million. Like
Yeah,
the
sure. That's okay.
like I
That's
think a
okay with me.
progressive rate. If you're making 20, like you should be taxed more on those. But like when we talk about like the hoarding of billionaire wealth, we're not talking about people that are making a couple million a year who have a successful business, right? Like that's my goal. I'm talking about the people with $500 billion in wealth just sitting in stock. Meanwhile, like we can't afford rent and shit. Like
Yeah.
that's kind of the disparity that's growing, and that I think is really scary.
Yeah.
And like
Yeah.
here's something I want to bring up that I think is interesting, right? Like we're both capitalists. We don't believe in communism, right?
Correct.
But can I ask you, why do you think communism is bad?
It takes away the power from the people.
Takes away the power from the people. Exactly.
Yeah.
So what I've noticed in communist countries like Russia and others
Yeah. Cuba.
is that a very small group of oligarchs control all the power and wealth. Meanwhile, the people get nothing, right?
Yeah. Sure.
My fear in America with the direction that we're going, with the middle class completely getting divided,
Yep.
is that we're getting a very similar thing happening in capitalism where all the power are going to these the large corporations, the billionaires, the people powering AI. You look at like Walmart, who, Walmart got passed down to their kids. Their kids are going to have kids, and they're going to be in this totally different class than everyone else. And so you're either going to be a top 0.1% billionaire oligarch and in that class, or you're going to be in the working class.
Yeah.
And I think it's a different economic structure, but the result can end up the same, where we have these two different classes where it's going to feel a lot like what we fear about communism. That's why I think this is so important at this time, because the data shows we're very clearly going in that direction, and it's getting worse and worse every day.
Yeah, I don't think capitalism is perfect by any means, but I just think it's the best system to work. I mean, we are the country that we are today because of that. And the thing with it, that it's the difference is with the capitalism is like, even though remember this, we're against monopolies, right?
Yes.
I when I was an employee for Comcast for over 9 years, that's one of the things that we always heard. Comcast is a monopoly. No, it's not. You got satellite service here. You got GTE. You got Verizon. You got all these other companies that are doing the same thing that we're doing. That's not a monopoly. And they go blah 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 with all this stuff. And I think that if they limited us to what we can make, I will agree with that. But the difference with communism is very, very clear compared to capitalism. Capitalism is kind of has the same teachings as the Bible. If you don't work, you don't what? If you don't work, you don't eat.
Sure.
That's biblical, okay? So, and of course, it talks about, it also talks about charity and feeding the hungry and clothing the naked. All that stuff is all in there. But the parable, the teaching of that, if you don't work, you don't eat, that is a problem. In communism, the biggest example I can give you was from Hugo Chavez in Venezuela. In Venezuela, the oil was making a lot of money, and so Hugo Chavez started giving a lot of the wealth, and that this is true. He was giving a lot of wealth in social programs and all this stuff, and the Venezuelan people. I mean, he broke that, dude. Over 70% of the population, I think, was being on the wealthy side of it, or 90% or something like that. I think he brought it down to no. I'm talking backwards. He brought it down to like 3% poverty. That's what it was.
That's not excellent.
Yeah, so sorry. So he brought it down to 3% poverty, and then the oil went down. And then when the oil went down, he started telling people, like kind of like Mondani was doing in New York. He was telling people that the government was going to be taking control of the supermarkets, food markets, and that they wouldn't be able to sell products higher than this price because blah blah blah. and then those businesses will close. And if they didn't close and they didn't want to comply to his demands, he would just go over there and say, I want that business. And the craziest thing is he's sitting there with his people, right? The government.
Yep.
And he says, what is that building right there on that corner? And like literally, bro, I'm not even making this up. Literally pointing at a building and says, what is that? Oh, that's the jewelry, that this and that. He's like, okay, we're taking that building. And what about that? And he just started taking properties away from people.
Yeah, he started abusing his power.
That is a communist. And so capitalists wouldn't do that. I think capitalists is like, bro, you better work your ass off and invest and save.
Yeah.
And those who don't, they will be left behind. But that will be by choice. I would say this: the only difference between you and me, it's you got money and you can have a better vacation than me, and you can probably travel more than me. But I can tell you that when I have my wife, I am the happiest man on earth. I am more complete because I have my wife and my children with me. I work and we make enough money to survive and all that stuff. And that's great. I will never envy you. I will always wish you more success. And I want your company to be 10 times bigger. And I want to see more employees coming out of you. I want your family to have better vacations and have more commodities. That is great. If you can have those things, that's fantastic. But I'm going to tell you something. These billionaires, instead of us bitching about all this money that they're making and that what we don't have, so what? I mean, unless we're not making any money, unless we are just jobless and, we're all going hungry, even though we're working hard, I mean, and I'm not talking about illegals in here. I'm talking about Americans, right? Us, yes. American people. As long as we all have jobs, man, you can have a mansion, not have a house. That's always been the case. So that doesn't go away. You just because you're not middle class anymore, it doesn't mean that you're less of a person. And that's kind of how people see it. They're very prejudiced when it comes to classism.
Yeah, well, and so the reason I think that's dangerous, the reason I'm anti-billionaire is because I think there's you look at any society, right? Like you wouldn't say the same thing about Russia, right? You have all these oligarchs who control all the power and wealth, and you have the working class who are getting scraps. You would tell the working class, go fight back, stand up for yourself, right? Like in Iran right now.
If they're getting scraps, yes. If they're getting scraps, yes.
You gotta face that government, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so in our case, it's not necessarily just the government, but it's the fact that we're dividing these classes, and the billionaires have never had it so good. Meanwhile, the working class has never had such an affordability crisis. So we need to balance it. Like America was so strong, post World War II in the 50s, 60s, 70s, because we had a strong middle class, right? And we had policy that protected the middle class and gave people a chance to say, hey, if I'm working class and I do the right things and I work hard, I have a path to live a better life. And without that, I think we're all going to hurt. And I think that's fading away because we have politicians getting bought out by billionaires. They have all the power and control.
Well, they're not. See, the billion. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off. Listen, the millionaires and billionaires are not buying me off. There's no money that they can offer me to buy me. Okay, and I'm not rich. I'm a poor fighter. But here I'm going to give you an example of why my policies are different than yours when it comes to that billionaires and rich people. As my teachers, there was a math teacher back in '92 that told me that the middle class was going to disappear. Don't ask me how he knows, but he was a fucking genius when it came to math.
Yeah, smart man.
And well, I see it. He was very smart. Dude, I was an A student on trigonometry, and he was my teacher. Because he was a great teacher, I understood. Not because I'm a genius. He was a genius. But anyway, the reason why I tell you this is because this is what we have here in Washington State. And I hope I don't drop F-bombs on press releases. That's going to be very hard to stop. But the reason why I say this is because my teachers, like I told you, they're second parents to me in school. They always told me, if you want to have a house, you have to make a choice. If your choice is to flip fries and burgers, then that you're not going to be able to own a house. And the problem that we have here in Washington State is this. If, when I was a leasing agent, right, I worked for this company pre-leasing, and a one-bedroom, not even a one-bedroom, it was I forgot the name in English. It's not a bedroom. What is the other one?
Like studio.
A studio, thank you. Yeah, a studio. it was like $3,800, and I'm like, well, what the fuck? What? Because why? It was in downtown, and why? Because most of the people that live there, their average income was about $75,000 a year. They're Microsoft employees. They're $150,000 a year. So most of the people that they were renting for was Microsoft employees, and they're making a lot of money. But then you have people like, like in Seattle, baristas, Starbucks, demanding $25 an hour. Well, shit, coffee is already expensive because of tariffs, I thought. Why am I have to pay more for my coffee now because this morons wants to get $25 an hour when the minimum wage here in Washington is about $15? That's what you should be getting as a barista.
And I'll
plus
cut in
tips.
really quick. So you're absolutely, everything you're saying is absolutely right. But when it comes to those baristas, right, the other piece of the equation I think we need to look at is the fact that Starbucks had record profits last year.
Sure.
They raked in billions of dollars. They are killing it as a company. And how are they killing it? Well, they're not paying their employees enough. Their employees can't work there and live decent lives. I absolutely think they should be able to unionize and negotiate better salaries to $25 an hour, because Starbucks can obviously afford it. It would just go into their profits.
But if Starbucks didn't want to, right? Because I'm already screwing them over with taxes anyway. But if Starbucks couldn't afford to pay them, let's just say they couldn't, and you say all these profits are coming in, what is the other option for employees at Starbucks?
Go work somewhere else.
Exactly, 100%.
But here's the thing: Starbucks is growing as a company. They have tens of thousands of locations all over the world.
Yeah,
and they have record profits. So, they can afford it. They absolutely can afford it, and they're choosing not to because all these companies, what is their job? Is to maximize profits, is to maximize shareholder value.
Okay,
right?
So I got a couple questions for you here. Okay. Yeah, I got a couple questions. Go ahead and finish. Sorry.
It doesn't help the working class. So I feel like, we can't just trust the corporations to do the right thing and to create the right jobs and help our economy, because they're not incentivized to do so. We need a government that puts the limitations and the checks of power in place to say, hey, you have to fall within these reins. You have to make sure you're helping the working class. You have to make sure what you're doing is good for our country.
Yep.
We need our government to do that because corporations won't do it. They've showed it time and time again.
Yeah, fair enough. Now, I have a question for you.
Sure.
These baristas that can afford housing where they live, let's say they cannot get a higher pay because the company is going to go bankrupt. They're going to close it. Remember, these are franchises. The owner of Starbucks doesn't own all the stores. He has franchises. He's making money, but the franchises, they're not making that much money as the owner, right? It's a big different business.
Yeah,
it's a different level.
Of, large franchise groups.
So
it's very common to have conglomerate franchise groups.
All right.
If you own a Starbucks franchise, you probably own hundreds of Starbucks.
So here's my question. Okay, so they cannot get the raise. F that. They already got $1 raise. They're not getting another raise. Why can they not afford to live where they live?
Because how inflation has gone up.
Yeah, and what is the other? What's the follow-up question on that? What do you think is the follow-up question on that?
I'm not sure.
Here, let's say I live in Seattle. I can afford to work at Starbucks for this more money. I want more money. So if they say no, okay, fine. I'll go find another job.
You gotta move.
Exactly. There. Thank you. I didn't have to ask it, did I? My problem.
I'm not gonna say the city that I'm in, but I live in a very expensive city, and I love this. I don't want to move.
But you only live there for two reasons, right?
I don't want to move.
But you only live there for two reasons. One, you love it, and two, you can afford it.
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
I think we should. But again, it comes down to those baristas that are arguing for higher pay.
Yeah.
They're working for a company that can afford them to pay it.
Yeah.
And so because the company Starbucks, who's raking in record profits last year, won't pay them, they're forced to move and completely change their lives and leave their community. Yeah. And I think that's a bad thing.
And what is the policy from Starbucks for their employees? Or not just Starbucks. Let's just say any business. We're small business people. So what will be the incentive or the encouragement that we want to give our employees?
Yeah, if they work harder
Yeah.
we'll
Okay.
pay them more. If
Yeah.
basically if they can help me drive my revenue
Yeah.
higher,
Yep.
I would want to pay them more. But I don't think a lot of
But
companies do that. I
why
think
would you not? Why would you not pay them more? What would be the reason why you wouldn't pay them more?
here's an example. Here's an example. Today, if I want to hire an account manager, right? Most of my business is online, so I want to hire an account manager. If I hire someone in the U.S. just graduated college, yeah, I probably got to pay them $50,000, $60,000 a year, and that's really expensive. I can also hire someone out of the Philippines and pay
Yeah.
them a much lower wage.
Oh.
What am I going to do as a company? What do a lot of companies do?
Yep.
They hire where it's cheaper. They hire this remote role from another country like the Philippines, and
Yep.
that's happening across the table. So the corporation is always going to do what's gonna make them more money and increase their shareholder value.
Okay.
So when it comes to their employees at the baristas, they're gonna say, hey, if we can get away with paying them less, we're gonna get away with paying them less. That's what they do. That's what they've always done.
Yeah. That's why but that's why we have a minimum state mandatory pay. That's why. To protect businesses from being looked at as the way we're looking at them right now. Now, here's the other thing that I think about. It's we have a problem here that we called DEI, and the problem with DEI, it brings up issues like the one you just mentioned. This is why I believe that people should be hired upon their skills, not the color of their skin. And DEI is a big problem here in Washington State. And I see this on the city council. I see this in Congress from Democrats. I see them from the government. Everything, as a matter of fact, look at Mandani, right? You're not a Mandani fan. You like the other people, but look at Mandani's thing.
You're going to not like me, but I do support Mandani.
Well, you're probably just in love with the guy.
Yeah.
Might be a little gay there. But
but
he's
anyone that's Bernie Sanders, Democratic Socialist, capitalism.
But everything that their policy that they give is diversity. They don't care about skills. They like color, and that's what they want. And they want color, and they want to have the cheapest labor. One of the things that Jasmine Crockett said that that really stunned me, that she said that, and some of the black people cheered, and some of the black people were like, "Oh, what the hell did she just say?" Was when she was talking about illegal immigrants, and she says, us black folks, us black people, we are tired of picking cotton. We are not picking cotton. The illegal immigrants can do that. I don't know what the hell she was thinking about, but some people laughed and cheered, and the other people just, what the hell did she just say? Mandani has a lot of problems with his budget, right? Remember, he got, what was it? How much did he get from the governor? That she said that she wasn't going to give him, but then she ended up giving, was it like 1.2 or 2.1 billion. You remember?
I'm not sure.
It's okay, but he got this money, right? Well,
yeah.
And
well,
now
Eric
he's
Adams left New York in a really bad spot. So
well, he left them with, I think it was what, $8 or $16 billion good budget.
No. It was very like Eric Adams left New York in a mess. Like they
Let
were
me take
in
a look.
massive debt.
Let me take a look.
Yeah.
Eric
Yeah, let's take a look.
Adams. Yeah, look it up in there for me as well.
Yeah.
Good economy. I'm looking at the positive and see what we have.
Yeah, so I'm saying Adams' fiscal management left a $12 billion hole in the New York City budget.
All right, here we go. Yeah, the shortfall said at least 12 billion, right? For the 26 and the 27. Okay. All right. Okay. So here's the thing. Remember, when you're running, what's that? He should have put a disclaimer. Remember, he ran that campaign. I don't know if he knew. Maybe he didn't know, right? Like for me, if I go and say, I don't know what's, I can't say that right now, but let me see, Jay. Let's make it fair so that I can talk about my state.
And by the way, while you're looking that up, when it comes to Jasmine Crockett, I'm supporting James Tallarico over her. I think James Tallarico is an amazing. Isn't
that the young kid that just became a politician?
He's like the Christian. He's the pastor. He's a Christian. He's awesome.
Wait, is he Christian? Is that the gay guy?
No, no, that's
Okay, there's another one that he says he's like gay or trans or some shit like that. I'm like, bro, come on.
no, no.
That's not a reason. That's
Giancarlo,
not a
he's like a
qualification.
pastor. Yeah, he's a
Okay.
Christian. He's excellent.
Okay, I haven't heard about him to be honest.
Sure.
All right, so so for example, if I'm going to run for government here, right? Well, I am going to, but I'm going to find out what is the economy right now under Bob Ferguson, you know, and then I'm going to
Sure.
run the campaign on that. And I think Mandani ran the campaign blindly, not knowing how to even make money to pay for his rent, and then he goes in there and he promises all these free goodies. Everything is free. You don't have to pay for it. Everything is free. And then how can you offer everything free when you know you are $12 billion in the slammer? You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
how are
So
you gonna
his
offer free stuff and say we're just gonna tax 2% on the richest here, and we're gonna tax the white neighborhoods, and then now all those taxes was not enough. Now he figured out that it's not enough, and then he asked more money from the governor. The governor first said no, and then she gave it to him, and then what does he do? He shows the programs where this budget is going, and it's all this diversity BS that that's not where it should go. Like you have no money because you don't know what the people actually need. You're just going over there on DEI and diversity. I'm sick of hearing of diversity. You know that?
sure.
I think that's the stupidest thing that we have done in this country. How much more diverse do we have to be as Americans? I'm a damn Hispanic, Mayan descent in this country, with works with black people and Asian people. How much diversity do we need? I want people that are smart. I want people that know what they're doing. I want people that are better than me to be around me. And these people just want to have more people that look like them. You know, Ilhan Omar's debacle was to President Trump being, murder. She says, President Trump murder two of my constituents. Number one, I think she shouldn't be in Congress just by saying that. But number two, she says, you know, that they chose Minnesota. 100,000 Somalis, right? They chose Minnesota. Well, how convenient, isn't it, that you're all going to be in one place where you don't have to assimilate, and they're all going to vote for you and your people. The fact that she makes that comment, it just makes me go crazy. And I'm going to play a couple of videos that I have, set aside for you people, and for everybody, not you people, for the audience, and that we can listen to and talk about it as well. But this is why, Keon, I talk the way I talk, because I see things. I don't know everything about every state. I just see what they are saying on the left, right? And then I look about what's happening here. And I can tell you, if I don't work, I don't have a house. And if I am working, right, tariffs are bad, you said. I think taxes are bad. Why are employees demanding more money from the employer? Because their freaking taxes are so high. Sales tax, gas tax, food, they can't afford shit because of taxes that the government implements on the people, not just on businesses,
Yeah,
but it's.
Dennis, I do wanna counter the argument because when you look at so here's a statistic that I think is important to recognize.
Go ahead.
If you look at America, right, and you look at the average wealth of every person, right?
Yeah.
We are the richest country in the history of the world. Americans as a whole are the richest country in the history of the world. We've never had it so good. But why do many Americans not feel like they're they're in the richest country where they can't afford their housing and stuff? Well, it's because the concentration of that wealth is all the way at the top. So the top 1% owns all the wealth. They own more than the bottom 93% combined. And that is why things are so unaffordable, right?
No, it's
the
not.
wealth and the prosperity is there. It's just not in the hands of the working class. So when you say hey, we can't, why do people want higher wages? Because they can't afford their homes and just their lifestyle.
Yeah.
Well, it's not because of taxes. It's because Wall Street and BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard are buying up the houses next door and jacking up the prices. That's why we can't afford houses, right? It's because we have legislation that's not letting more new affordable housing getting built, right? The incumbents want to squeeze the housing supply so that the value of their house goes up so they make more money, right? That's the fundamental issue. The wealth is there. The prosperity is there. We're the richest country in the history of the world, but all the concentration is only in the hands of a few.
So you think that because the rich people are getting richer, everything is more unaffordable?
Yes,
Do
that's
you
exactly
do
right.
you take into accountability population?
Yes,
You're a business owner. What happens with supply and demand?
yes.
Okay. Well,
So,
rich
like,
people
take
don't
the
raise
housing market,
prices.
right?
No, the supply is short, the demand is high. There is nothing to do with rich people. There's nothing to do with big corporations.
So okay.
Supply
So
and
yeah,
demand. Remember
let's take
that.
housing. Let's take housing.
Yes.
Let's take housing. So we are short like 4 million houses in America. So like,
Uh-huh.
well, I don't know what the exact number is, but let's just say there's 100 million homes. That's
Okay.
probably not the correct number, but I'm just going to put a number out there, right? Right, just so we can understand the supply and demand. Right? If there's 100 million homes, but there's 300 something million people, we need more homes,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
And so if everyone needs to get a home, that supply, how do we bring it down costs? Well, we have to, one, increase the supply, and then two, you look at, well, who's buying these homes? It's a lot of the large corporations. They're investing in single family homes now. Look at BlackRock, look at State Street, look at Vanguard. So if we have huge corporations who have the power and wealth to purchase homes and are outbidding first-time home buyers, and we're not increasing the supply of housing, the price is going to go up, and now the baristas and the working class can't afford it. That is the fundamental issue.
You sure that's all you have in there?
Yeah.
Okay. When you're talking about the 50 states, population is not even across all states. Housing is affordable in many states. In some states, it's not. 21 million people is the population of up to 32 to 34 states. Do you think that will cause a problem with demand?
Uh, sorry, what are you're saying? In some states, there's less demand, and so housing is cheaper?
That is correct. So, for example, here in Washington, right, California, Oregon, New York, you got all these states, 21 million people. It is the population of about 32 to 34 states. That means that there's a lot of states that don't need that much population to be filled,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Okay. What do you think happens when all of these people don't want to go to the states where there's not enough work? Not enough factories, not enough fast food, there's not enough business going on.
Yeah,
What do you
they
think
can't
those
move
people are
there.
going to do? Okay, so where are you going to put 21 million people that just came out of nowhere within a year or two? What do you think is going to do to demand in housing? I'm going to tell you something.
Are you bringing that back
Population,
to
here.
immigration?
Oh, huge! It's a huge deal. Let me see if I can find this, man. Hold on. Let
Yeah,
me
and
see.
like, I'll agree that if you add more people, that supply constraint obviously is impacted. But I think we can still I think the bulk of the issue is still in the fact that we're letting large corporations buy single family homes. We're restricting the building of new homes. Like, for example, an easy law that Trump can pass, or the next person after, is, well, why don't we give incentives to companies to build new homes? So it's like we go, hey, State Street, BlackRock, and Vanguard, you are not allowed to invest in single family homes anymore. In fact, with all your current portfolio, we're going to tax you at a higher rate to open up the market and
Oh, they
force
do
them
that
to
already.
sell.
Yeah, they do it already over here.
No, they don't. They don't.
They do it over here. I'm telling you. I used to pre-lease, my friend.
Okay, so,
Yeah,
so you're
we
saying that
they what
they
they
tax the corporations more than the average
yeah,
single
they
family home?
so they found a loop that the government has worked out with big corporations of real estate. They found a loop that now they are mandatory. They have to have certain amount of buildings, right, that they're going to fill up as apartments. They got to have like a 1/3 of those be affordable housing, like
Yes.
low
Okay.
income.
So I am familiar with that. I'm
Yeah,
familiar
so
with
they
that.
have
What I'm
low
saying
income.
is,
Yeah, so they don't make the money that they want.
low income housing. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
I'm saying on top of that, we should make it so they can't even invest in a single family home. But if they want to invest in real estate, they have to build a new project. So it opens up the supply in the market, right?
Yes, but then they block them from building in certain land.
Yes, but who is doing the blocking?
The
I'm
government.
sure it's all over the place,
It's
but
the
a lot
government.
of it is the incumbents, right? If you look at a local level, right, if your house is worth $2 million and they want to go build 20 more houses next door, and you're like, wait, that's going to make it my house worth less, you're going to try to block that, right? So that happens at the local, state, and federal level, where incumbents are very often restricting housing projects.
Yeah.
And I would say whether it's Democrats or Republicans, whoever is restricting those, like we need to
Yeah.
stop that. We
Yeah.
need more housing.
But don't you think that those houses that are millions should make the sacrifice for the sake of affordability? Because we don't want rich people that have $1 million houses. We want everybody
100%.
to have $250,000 houses.
Yeah, dude. I think that yeah, we should build
Okay,
more
now you know what
houses.
happens with
That
that? You know the
okay,
reason why the government stops that?
okay,
Property taxes. They don't get the money. The government blocks it. So they
that makes
create a
sense.
problem and then they don't do anything to fix it. So population is growth is about like almost 15% here in 1 year, okay, and that's not just we're just talking about Hispanics, 15% growth in 1 year, just Hispanics, not counting the people that are reproducing here. We have over 8 million people here in Washington. All the people that are reproducing, maybe one child or two children for per family, for home. You have 15% Hispanic growth, and this. What do you think these people are going to sleep? They all need housing, and they take the housing. Like here, in Washington, check this out. There is this apartment complex. It's not the best, but the apartments are huge. Okay, and for low income, check this out. So for low income, nobody's going to afford this. For low income, they want you to make a certain amount of money, right, before they start jacking up the price. And people that make about $90,000, this is a family of four or five, okay? They can
Okay,
rent. They can rent like a 3 or 4 bedroom for like $2,600, okay? If you make more than that, now you got to pay $3,200 a month for the same apartment that somebody else already had. Now they say equal housing opportunity, right? It's not equal. It's not equal. It's classism. If you have more money, they take more money in rent. So how does that help the people? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't. Businesses are going to find a way to make that profit. If we let the government raise the taxes on gas stations that have convenience stores, they're going to jack up the price on everything they have. And I hate this on businesses, and they can do it because it's legit. It's okay. It's a resale. But I hate it when people go to Costco. You ready? You probably know what I'm going to say already with the water.
yeah, yeah, and they
Bro, they go
Costco
to
stuff is all
Costco,
awesome.
fucking 32 bottles of water for like $4. And then you go to the gas station, bro, and they got this stack of Kirkland water. $2 a bottle, bro.
Yeah, yeah,
$4, you got 32. You didn't just, this is one of the things that Trump bitches about with medicine, right? They're making us pay 1,000% what that water is cost for the convenience. But if we reduce it to the regular price, we're saving 1,000% on this water. That drives me nuts, bro. I can see them, maybe making twice as much as they pay for the water, maybe three times. But to make a bro, $2 a bottle. What is that? What is that? How much is that? I can't even do the math. $64.
yeah.
$64, and they pay $4, maybe $5. They made $60 on $5. That to me is theft. And I would try to regulate that. That's okay to regulate, but I wouldn't want to
Yeah,
be a
yeah. I
communist. I
think
wouldn't want to be a
if
communist.
yeah, if a company is gouging people like
Yeah,
that
yeah,
and they're
yeah,
making record profits,
yeah,
then we should increase the tax they pay on those profits so it goes back into the system and we can, give benefits and help
yeah.
people
But
more
who?
and
Okay, so
reduce
now you
taxes.
sound like Trump. You just put a tariff on that. Who pays for that tariff?
No, again, I'm saying
Okay, who pays for
taxes
that
on
tax?
profits.
Yeah, who pays for that
Taxes
tax?
on profits
And
of
what is the owner going to do to
just
the profits? He's going to raise the price on other items.
well,
And who
well here's
pays
the
for
thing.
it?
Here's the thing, Dennis. So back to this, we're like again, like if I make $100,000, if my business has 100K revenue and I have 50K expenses, my profit is 50K, right? If I have more expenses, that cuts into the profit. So I don't believe that by taxing more, like we're gonna increase the prices more, because it's post cost is what we're taxing. We're taxing the profit of the business. It's just less they get to keep in their pocket.
Yeah.
But it doesn't affect their actual cost.
Yeah, of course, but the taxing, the whole purpose of adding taxes on property, on doing cost of business, on B&O and excise tax, and all these other taxes that and regulations that they put on them, it raises the cost of everything. And who has to pay for that? The people have to pay for that. And I think that I would love to see Democrats fighting to say, hey, you know what, man, we're doing something wrong here. What's going on? But they don't want to. They just waste the money, they waste the budget, and they just expect the people to pay. That's just what I'm against them.
So I agree that the Democrats are doing that. I would argue the Republicans are also doing that.
Okay,
if you look at Trump, he wants to raise the military spending budget to 1.5 trillion, right?
Me too.
Under Trump's presidency, and again, Biden was just as bad. This is not a Trump versus Biden, but I'm just saying Trump also increased the deficit. It's at a record high.
Yep.
This administration,
Yep.
it might be at a record high next administration, right? It's going up. So
It's
neither
investing.
party is solving that part of the issue.
Yeah, I look at that as investment. It looks like a waste, but that's an investment. If we're getting something for that money, we're not wasting it.
What are we getting?
Well, we have security. We're the most powerful country in the world right now, and the only thing that makes us weak is Congress fighting against tariffs, which I think we should still keep on. See, we went all the way back to tariffs.
Well, we can make a lot more money taxing billionaires and corporations at a higher rate than we've made with the 160 billion in tariffs revenue we've gotten. Yeah. Which, by the way,
well, let's not forget that it was the billionaires that paid the salaries for our military when the Democrats decided to shut down the government. Remember?
Well,
yeah, it was the rich. If we lose the rich, what are we going to do? If right now we have the rich providing jobs, and then we lose, and we can't do anything to help ourselves, what's going to happen when we lose the rich? You understand what I'm saying?
Another country?
No. You understand what I'm saying, though?
Another country, bro. This is the greatest country ever. Like,
believe me, bro. We've lost a lot of big. You know how many jobs New York lost because of AOC? 10,000 plus jobs. You remember that deal?
We need to do it at the federal level.
With Amazon?
Is federal level.
Yeah, but you know what? That's the problem. It's not the federal government's responsibility. It is the governor's, it's the mayor's job to take care of their state. The United States federal government is more responsible for immigration and security and national security of our country. That's what I want them to concentrate on. When it comes to the budget and we get these taxes and the federal taxes collected, that's not money that we made. That's money we collected from the citizens, and we're just reporting it back to the federal government. And then we get some money according to the people that we have in our state. That's how budgets work. But then if the governments and the mayors are wasting the money, and you want to just blame the rich people, before you start, blaming the rich people, and this is where I will go, before I blame the rich people, I want to have no illegal immigrants in my state. I want to have no sanctuary cities in my state. I want to have no socialist things to shave my legs with laser. Any of those bullshit programs that they have right now in government. I want none of those NGOs in my state. And I want to see where the budget goes. They have $9.5 billion that they can't tell us where it went. I got a problem with that. That tells me that they stole it.
So, okay. I'd love to talk on this because I think the 9.5 billion, you're referencing Minnesota, which I agree.
No. Here, Washington State. I don't care about Minnesota. Okay. I'm in Washington.
Both of those, there's fraud, waste, and abuse. I agree. I think on all situations, we should cut down fraud, waste, and abuse. It is clearly bad.
Yep.
But I would also look at the Pentagon, who hasn't passed an audit in the last 20 years, who had, there is a lot more fraud, waste, and abuse with government military contracts.
Yes, I agree. So I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I'm pissed about that myself. Trust me.
Yeah.
But again, before I can blame President Trump or the rich people, I don't care what these poor ass lazy people tell me. Before you can blame the rich people and Trump, we got to clean up our state. And that is not the president's responsibility. The president will never have gone to D.C. Well, that's his territory. He would have never gone to Chicago, to L.A., to all these other states if it wasn't because the governors and the mayors were doing a shitty ass job of taking care of their state. You have to understand something. You can be my boss, right? You say, hey, Dennis, you know what? I like you, man. I like your family. You like family to me. If you need anything, I got you. You need money? I got you. You know what I'm saying? Anything, I got you. And I say, you know what? Hey, man, you know what? Keon said that he's got us. He's got money. He's going to give us some. You know what? Let's go shopping, baby. And I'm just going to go ahead and just put myself in a hole. And then I'm going to say, hey, Keon, what's up, man? I need $100,000. Whoa, hey, I don't got money. What? Man, it's Keon's fault, man. My budget is gone. I wasted all this money because Keon told me. I can't blame you. I got to take care of my household.
I don't think that's what's happening for most Americans.
It has to happen. It has to happen.
If you look at the price of rent, though, you look at the price of healthcare, you look at the price of groceries.
Oh yeah, that's
those
fraud.
Are high. And I would argue those three are base necessities. Everyone needs to eat.
Yeah.
Everyone needs a roof over their head, and everyone needs healthcare.
Yeah.
Those are the basic.
But they got to work for it. It's not free. They got to work for it.
But when you have a job that pays,
they get a second job.
It still doesn't cover it.
They get a third job.
Issue of affordability. People are struggling. They're trying their hardest. They're working multiple jobs.
You know what's funny, bro?
Let
me tell you why I don't agree with you. Let me tell you why I don't. You know what I see, and this is unfortunate. This is just what I witness. You know what I see with people on welfare? I see single mothers on welfare, Section 8. Good clothing, good jewelry, getting drunk, getting banged on welfare. Housing, food, electricity even gets paid, cash, because they don't work and they have kids. You know what else I see in the ghetto neighborhoods? They're all on welfare. They can work. It's not old people, it's not disabled people, they can work. You know what? They can't afford to buy food, but these mofos have money to buy cigarettes and drink 40s and buy weed and buy crack. You're going to tell me that all these people on welfare that live in the ghetto, if you know what the ghetto is, go again and visit so you remember what it looks like. They're all on Section 8. They're all on welfare. They are not working. They're able to go and play basketball and soccer and football out on the street, but they don't have a freaking job. You know why? Because they blame the rich. They don't want to go to work because if they go to work, man, they're going to have to pay taxes. Why would I have to pay taxes? I get everything for free right now. Why would I go to work if I can't afford to pay health care? I want my free health care. I want my free food. I want my free housing. There is no incentive as long as we keep blaming the rich people for every single one of our problems in today's society. We will never have an incentive to go to work and make something of ourselves. You know why I go to work? You know why I do this? You know why we actually hustle every day? Why we do what we do? Because we want to be proud of ourselves, that we're independent, that we can provide for our families. We don't want to be proud because you gave me money. That's not how it works. I got to do some type of service. As much as people don't like my show, it's entertainment. This is what we hear. Here we are having a conversation about politics and economy, and it's just entertainment. You know what I'm saying? So you got to give me an incentive for poor people to go to work. You look at the chat, and you look at libtards like Tim Hype. Okay, these people are so used to blaming the rich. I know Bernie, he's rich. He's not that rich, but you know what? He's rich, right? He should be making about $120,000. Yeah, imagine.
He's moderately rich, yeah.
So if he gets asset taxed, that guy will go bankrupt. Okay, so if
it's relative.
Bruss, trust me, he's got enough money to fly on private jets.
Well, he's okay. So okay, let's talk about this. So yes, he has those private. He's flying, doing his
campaign
oligarchy
tour. Bullshit. Yeah.
But that's all money he raised from the people. People donated to his.
And why didn't he raise that money to give it to the poor? I mean, that's what they play to be Robin Hood.
Well, he's look.
They're wasting the money.
Campaigning for a cause. Okay, but he is campaigning for a cause.
So are we.
People have donated, grassroots, not corporations, right? And we can talk about corporate PACs. I'll go off on that for forever. But he got grassroots campaign to fund the belief that a lot of millions of people believe in. I donated too, and so it's like people donated money to help him afford to go speak and push that movement. So that's totally legal. That's what we want our politicians to do. We want grassroots campaigns to fund things. We don't want corporate PACs to fund things.
Fair enough. All right. Hey, man, that's a long ass call. I said 5 minutes.
Hey, brother, I appreciate you having me.
Hey, good job, man. That's what I want. I hate stupid comments, man. I like that. I think we disagree on some stuff, but there's a lot of things that we agree on that are just not being done, and it needs to get done. So all I can promise the people is that I'm going to try my hardest, man, to be transparent and try to be fair. I cannot give everything Democrats want. I cannot give everything Republicans want. It's going to be impossible to please everybody. So all I can hope is that I am better than all of these mofos that are in government. And who knows? Maybe I need to get some talks from people like you so that we can stay in check. Thanks for your call, man. I appreciate you.
Right.
Have a good one.
Man.
Take care.
Peace.
Woo! That was a long call. It was a way overdue. I missed a couple of super stream chat boss. I think who's the stream boss chat, right? Stream chat boss. Stream boss chat, I think is what it's called. I think it was Cutting Edge, but I'll tell you what, we're going to do it for both of you guys since you guys both became the Stream Boss chat. And I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. all of the libtards that came through just left right away when they saw President Trump dancing. All right, let's go ahead and continue with this. That was actually a good call. Appreciate you, Keon. Keep it simple. Keep it respectful. That was nice. Bernie is in the government for more than 30 years, speaking the same and accomplishing nothing because it is a lie. I'm Dominican Republican. Happened the same. I agree, bro. But, to each his own. They are loyalists to a party. It's okay. Baba, how are you, my friend? Good to see you on here. I hope that you guys didn't get demoralized by the long conversation with my Democrat friend, Keon here. I give Keon a lot of shit, and he's able to take it, so I appreciate him making a phone call. He was very respectful, and that's actually what I expect from everybody that calls here when they get a chance. This is my channel, and some people that decide to insult it, they insult me, and they don't appreciate the entertainment. That's okay. Not everybody's going to love my show. I'm okay with that. I think that we made a lot of progress with our with our chat, and I really mean it. I need to make sure that that we stay on top of things and stay honest all the time. Hoop to Wes, how are you? I appreciate the sentiment, but we don't need luck. We have strength on our side, yes, and we have God on our side. You know, when I talk about policies, um, this is a conversation about tariffs and economics and affordability a little bit. We can't tackle everything all at once. It's just there's too many loopholes and all these other things and different opinions, of course. But we just can't hit everything that people want us to hit every single time. Okay, so let's take a listen to President Trump. Is President Trump and Ilhan Omar exchange words. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my X account as well, and I got a couple of things that I have set aside so that we can listen to. So let's take a listen to this first clip.
You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens, in many cases drug lords, murderers all over our country. They're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Look at her face. Oh, President Trump hit a nerve. Hit a nerve. All right, we're gonna close that out. Let's go to my ex account, and I don't mean my ex as an ex-girlfriend. My ex account. I do have that same one from Ilhan. Ilhan Omar says, Donald Trump killed 2 of my constituents. He is a liar and should be ashamed of himself. Now, let me tell you something. Who should be ashamed of themselves? I remember her constituents throwing rocks and obstructing, impeding our federal agents, whom, by the way, not only do they have jurisdiction in the whole country, but they also have a constitutional obligation to enforce immigration law, not just at the border, but anywhere in the country. Those people should be ashamed. She should be ashamed. The Democrat politicians in Minnesota should be ashamed. And every single Democrat leader or any leader at all that supports illegal immigrants in this country, and they want to go and be violent towards our ICE agents, every single one of them should be in jail. That's my opinion. It is unconstitutional that they go and do this. They're practically harboring criminals, which is what sanctuary cities do, and that is illegal. It is some sort of treason, to be honest, to the American people. So I find a big problem with that. Let's go ahead and I think it's the same sound clip.
Penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens, in many cases drug lords, murderers all over our country. They're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself, Ilhan Omar, and everybody that agrees with her. Sorry, Keon, I know you support Ilhan Omar. Shame of yourself. All right, this is our Seattle cops refuse mayor's order. Well. This is a socialist Democrat who is Mondani's little sister. Let's take a listen.
The Seattle Police Union told Socialist Mayor Katie Wilson to shove it over her anti-ICE order. The union essentially told her, We'd help, but we're tied up rearresting the guys that you freed yesterday. Seattle's mayor had issued orders to local police directing them to investigate, verify, and document activity by ICE for potential prosecution. The Seattle Police Officers Guild president responded to Wilson's order by posting this on X. Toothless virtue signaling rhetoric like this has already cost 2 people their lives. The concept of pitting 2 armed law enforcement agencies against each other is ludicrous and will not happen. Toothless virtue signaling, the most accurate description of Seattle's government since they tried to fight crime with a mural, a hashtag, and body odor.
Man, I was just talking about order. Oh my goodness. All right, you guys remember this one.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Every Republican, now, not the Democrats, especially, look at this guy. Watch this. If you agree with this statement, listen to this, and I'm going to point somebody out to you.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Facts. Facts. 100%. That's me. That is me. There's the Democrat idols right there. Look at that hero. Look at that American hero. That American hero that the Democrats were supporting and defending and protecting and putting up high and mighty, that hero right there just denied that American citizens should be priority over illegal criminal aliens. That is the Democrat hero. Look at his mark. He don't give a damn about Americans. Not one damn about Americans. Do you see why I said, what policies are you supporting? I'm trying to change my wording so I don't say Democrats versus Republicans. What policies are you supporting? That is crazy that the Democrats think that this guy, this bald dude right here, it's an actual American hero. He should have stood up and said, yep, I am for the American people. I'm going to tell you something. He was so high and mighty talking about we shouldn't follow unlawful orders. Which ones are you talking about? When you don't stand for America, you stand against America. That's a big statement, and it's not an understatement. It's a big statement that he's making right there. And this is supposed to be the hero. This is supposed to be the hero for the Democrats, for the American people. Go ahead. Let's go ahead. Extra. Go ahead and tell me extra delight. Go ahead and tell me, how am I a hypocrite? Give me some. Let's go. I don't even think you know what a hypocrite is. But the fact is, there it is. Look at that. You're paying them for that. They don't even do any work. I wish they would do half the work that President Trump does so that they can have an excuse to nap, and then I wouldn't say anything. I would just be, hey, listen, man, they work so hard. Just, let them take a nap, man. Forget about it. Give them a break. But they don't. They don't work for the American people. They don't stand up, so they don't work for the American people. Now what? Look at them. Look at them. They say, if you believe that American people, American citizens, should be priority over illegal immigrants, stand up. None of these clowns did. Look at that. And then you have Ilhan Omar there yelling. You should be ashamed of yourself. Of what? Defending Americans? See, that's the big difference. This is why my opinion is so much different than most of the people like Keon. Okay, so Keon supports Democrats. Well, I respect the conversation that we just had. That's fantastic. But the fact that he supports these people, which policies is to put illegal immigrants before American citizens, I think he's going to have to rethink about that one. In all honesty, the way that he talks and the way that he's smart, I'm surprised that he supports them, to be honest. I don't know what to make of it. But this is crazy. This is crazy.
These people are crazy.
Yep. There you go. Crazy-ass people. That is fantastic. Now, a lot of people, tell me, it's like, oh man, why are you caring if they stand up or not? This is why. Remember this? You remember that? Never forget that Democrats refused to clap for a girl who was nearly killed by an illegal alien monster and a young man fighting brain cancer. This is why it's a big deal. You will think that today this is a second chance for Democrats to at least lie to the American people and pretend that they care. Let me tell you something. I don't understand what in the brain of the people is wrong, but I don't understand when somebody tells you that they hate you, that you're not important, that you're garbage, that you're second, that you're not a priority in their life, that keeps stealing from you, lying to you. I don't understand why anybody in their right mind would support that. By standing up and clapping for this young man fighting brain cancer. That's not supporting President Donald Trump. Who cares what he says? But you look at the little girl that today she's alive. Clap for that life. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Jim. Clap for that. That is, bro. So sad. So sad. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is why I get upset. Now, let me see what the hell I got. I'm going to have to change this a little bit here, just for the privacy of those in my Facebook. Got a clip for you ready. This is from my Facebook. Now, this is Jonathan Cho. He's a journalist. And, well, check this out. He's going to talk about the mayor of Seattle. This is what the socialist Democrats want to do to your city and my cities. Listen to this. They promised a lot of good things. Yes, they did.
Report to the front for a group photo. Please report to the front relatively quickly.
Hey, Mayor Wilson, are you aware that the woman you referenced with the 3 dogs in your State of the City
We were able to identify a spot for her in a tiny house village.
is now back on the streets?
Why did you use me as an example?
She says the tiny house had mold in it.
The place was riddled in mold.
Do you know what happened there, Mayor Wilson? Can you just give us an explanation of what happened there? There was also a sweep this morning in Ballard.
There's nowhere to go. They just push us around.
You said sweeps don't work in your State of the City.
And we cannot just keep moving people from place to place and calling that progress.
So I just wanted to know how much longer you plan on sweeping or if anything is going to change from the Herald administration. Do you have any comment on that, Mayor? Thoughts?
Nice little Chevy. They like to make all these promises. I know my friend Keon likes Mondani in New York. It's the same shit. This is the woman at 41 years old, has a child, lives with her husband in an apartment. He's jobless. Now she's got a nice salary because she became a mayor, but her mom paid for her daycare, for her child care, and her rent. This is the people that they qualify as the smartest and the brightest to be mayors, socialist Democrat mayors. Mandami hasn't held a job in his life, from what I heard. And look at him, bringing Muslims who actually have a song and in prayers talking about bringing the sword to the infidels. And Mandami supports that. This woman right here made some claims that she's going to create all this other stuff and blah, blah, blah. And even the homeless people are complaining about her. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Unbelievable. Let me see. How do I go to my page? Have I told you lately that I love you? All right. I love this sheriff right here.
I see about this fraud and waste, and you're seeing it in Minnesota about all this fraud. That doesn't happen.
Listen to the difference when government does their job. Now, the sheriff, I love the sheriff. Now, Sheriff Grady, he says it doesn't happen in Florida, but I think it happens in Florida as well. But everything else he says is fantastic. Check this out.
Fraud and waste, and you're seeing it in Minnesota about all this fraud. That doesn't happen here. What happens in Florida is he investigates them, puts them in jail, and they're prosecuted. He keeps Florida safe.
We have proposed yet again, major legislation to continue to keep our foot on the gas to curb illegal immigrants, especially those who are criminals, from coming into our communities. The proposed bill will prohibit all commercial driver's license pre-licensing instruction, testing, and licensing procedures to be given in any other language but English. We want to remove illegal aliens as covered employees under the workers' compensation statute. We think that if you are a business owner and you hire an illegal immigrant and that person, if she or he gets hurt on your watch, it should come directly out of your pocket. You should pay for all of it. The system should not.
Let me tell you a story. When I went through my first, my divorce, I was out of options for life. I went to Honduras for a month and a half. I made a prayer, felt better, came back to the country, and I went and worked, and it happened to be a Honduran. Everybody was Honduran on this roofing company. I'm a citizen. Well, I was a resident back then. I was an American resident. No, an American resident alien. And I got this job with this roofing company, which is all Hondurans, okay? That makes a difference to know that they're Honduran because I am Honduran. And, you know, I was learning the trade, I guess, so to speak. So I was in charge of bringing packets of shingles up the roof. And I was taking 2 packs of shingles at a time. And they were telling me that I was too slow. And I said, if I take any more, this ladder is going to break. Now I had to take this to a 3rd-story house. Sure enough, the boss, the owner, he was there. He was laughing at the trolling. And I said, you know what? F you guys. I'll go ahead and grab the 3 packs. So I put the 3 packs of shingles. Now, if you work in roofing or if you ever try to pick one of these up, you know how much they weigh. So I grabbed 3 of them And I went up. When I got to the second floor of the house, the base of the ladder broke. And when I fell down to the ground, my right hand fell to the ground first, and the side of the shingles broke 3 of my fingers, these 3 fingers right here. And I asked the owner, I said, hey, can I get $8? Because I don't have any money. This is sad. I didn't have any money. I said, can I get $8 so that I can go and buy some Tylenol for the pain? And I grabbed some popsicle sticks, and I squeezed my hand, and I put it on my chest, and I laid on it. I leaned on it, and I flattened my bones sort of to be back in place, and I bandaged with the popsicle sticks. It was so painful. I should have gone to the hospital. He should have taken me. And you know what? I didn't even get the $8 for the Tylenol. He didn't even pay me for that day of work. Can you believe that? And so when I hear this, it's justice to my ears. Because if these companies decide that they want to break the law by hiring illegal immigrants so they don't have to pay more taxes, or they don't have to pay all this other stuff that they got to pay as employers, they need to be held accountable for. And it's very sad and very unfortunate that that happened to me by my own people. So when illegal immigrants come into my channel and tell me that I'm a sellout, shut the hell up. I defend the country of the United States of America, which is the land of the opportunity where you libtards as well have a chance to become great. And yet you choose to be lazy and fall out to be the scum of society. Now, for all of those Americans that happen to be Democrats right now, you're not a libtard. Unless you are a libtard, then, you know, I am calling you on that, okay? But I don't believe all Democrats are libtards. I want you to know that there is a difference on my name calling. Let's see what, I don't know what this is. Oh, this is for the fishery. Check this out, what they're doing with the fishery.
Here are 5 facts about Washington fishing that just scream fish math. 1. Washington has the highest fishing license fees in the entire country. At slightly over $74 for a base combo license, Washington is 2.5 times higher than the nation's average. 2. Last year, Washington lawmakers voted to raise the cost of a fishing license by 38%. Not one single Republican in either the House or the Senate voted to raise them. 3. 963,000 fishing licenses were sold last year, generating $59 million for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. 4. $15.5 million of that money, about 26% of the license revenue, is allocated to special interest biodiversity programs like the Oregon Spotted Frog Monitoring Program. These programs have little to no direct measurable correlation between improved game fish populations or fishing opportunities in Washington. 5. Because of recent budget cuts, 2 salmon hatcheries, the Skamania Hatchery and the Toutle Hatchery, both closed down. Additionally, in the last 4 years, the department eliminated 29 positions and left 175 vacant. Field techs, hatchery staff, and wildlife officers were all affected. Meanwhile, upper-level management positions in the same period soared by 29%. This fish math just isn't adding up.
You like that? Not a Democrat deal. I don't get it. This is when you put DEI. This is when you vote DEI. This is the problem. You need to put, capable people, able people to do the job is what you need to do. These people here are just way too loony. Let's take a look at this. Check this out.
Man, they're freaking out in Fulton County, Georgia. Tulsi Gabbard and the FBI.
This is from Mark K.
I went in and collected all of the questionable ballots from 2020, and now the county commissioner is losing her mind.
I know you're watching the news. You're seeing a lot of stuff about this FBI raid at the Fulton County elections and registrations. I'm on the inside right now. So I just want you to be real discerning about all that you're hearing from people who are on the outside of what's going on. I'm going to give you the truth about what's happening. So they served a warrant, the FBI, this is Trump, serving a warrant to go pick up the 2020 ballots, which are in a secure location inside of here, 700 boxes. boxes. The first warrant that they gave was incorrect legally, like they didn't follow the right procedure. They went back and they fixed it, and they came back, and now they are actually collecting the boxes. They are in the chain of command in Fulton County is that once they are archived, they become the possession of the clerk of Superior Court, which is Shay Alexander. She is here and she is with them inventorying everything that they're taking. We, the commissioners, the chairman, the county attorney, are trying to figure out a legal plan as to maybe an injunction, a motion to quash. We don't know yet. We're trying to figure it out. We're getting all kinds of legal advice to stop this, because once they have the ballots, how do we then turn around and do something different when they've already got their hands on it? So this is an attempt to take your vote away. This is all about November 2026, about the primary on May 19th and then the November election. He does not want the midterm elections to take away his power. So he's trying to create chaos. So this is what he does. Chaos in Minnesota, chaos in Fulton County. We are a target. Protect your vote at all costs. I'm telling you, everybody always says your life depends on it. Oh, your life does depend on it.
She might be Somali. I'm not sure, but she might be Somali. She is freaking out. She is freaking out because they're going to find out all those votes that are fake, that are fraud. That's what she's freaking out. They can panic. Oh, they want to panic. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right. We're going to go ahead and listen to our J.D. Vance rips crazy Democrat policies as Trump stacks the wins. She's hella nervous. She knows they are caught with their pants down. All right, here we go. Shepard, all racist and should have known. You're a racist, Shepard. Don't come over here with your bullshit. My children are black, so shut the hell up with your dumb-ass comments. Yeah, sometimes people piss me off. When they call me racist, it's like, bro, you don't even freaking know me. Shut up. Just because you don't like my comments doesn't mean that I have to be racist. DEI, you guys are idiots. Just because you are brown, black, Asian, or whatever, that doesn't mean that you get to be higher. You need to prove yourself. What kind of skills do you have? None. You don't get the job. Go somewhere else. Go flip some burgers. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. We have this dumbass guy in the city council. We have a representative that is being confronted by a journalist and says, "Do you think that $750 million it's okay for laser leg shaving in a men's prison?" You think that's a... And the guy's answer was the stupidest answer. Like, the guy has no clue. And yes, he's black. Low IQ black. Pisses me off, man, when people be doing some dumbass comments like that. Let me see if I can find this clip, because Brandy says it better than me. Let's see. Oh, there she is right away. Let me see if I can find this clip so that you can listen to how this DEI people talk. Hopefully I can find it. Oh, I want you guys to see who I'm going to be.
Significant funding to hire more law enforcement officers in our state. I'm so pleased to have House Bill 2015 before me now to help address this situation.
But the day he signed House Bill 2015 into law on our show, I said this about it. The way this grant program is structured, there is no guarantee in it that even a penny of the $100 million goes to hiring police officers. So a year later, let's check in. How many police officers have been hired based on House Bill 2015 and that $100 million? Zero. I mean, this stuff isn't easy to predict. This stuff, it's not like I am Nostradamus, okay? There was problems with the grant program that made it too difficult to utilize. And there was all this verbiage in there that said it could be used for a million things.
I want to point out that the article says no cops hired so far with Washington's new $100 million grant program. Bob Ferguson, the current governor here in Washington State, pushed hard for the money to boost police staffing. See that idea right there, that policy, that goal, that is democratic. That is democratic. And that's why some Democrats support them. But then they do the opposite. Now look who's in my state. The crazy ass Rashida Tlaib Rashida. That's who is in my state. Crazy ass woman. And yes, I hope that she cusses at me when I'm campaigning, because I would love to give her a piece of my mind. She is un-American. He is un-American. All these losers up here are un-American. And they need to be held accountable for it. I hope they all get fired. I want to find out how much power the governor has over these positions, but I can tell you there's going to be a lot of changes. A lot of changes. Dumbass people destroying our beautiful state. But that's not the one that I want to show you. Oh, here's a good one. Let's take a listen to her testimony here. Oh, that's just a photo. Look at this. Female high school wrestler says she unknowingly faced a transgender opponent who allegedly inserted fingers. No man in women's sports. Son of a bitch.
And you know it.
Dude.
Hey, bro, I'm a peaceful protester. I'm speaking my First Amendment rights, bro.
You have every right to be here and to be filming.
Security, be secure then.
Listen.
I'm just filming.
Are you going to listen to me, or are you going to act like that?
No,
I'm telling you,
y'all spread misinformation.
You haven't even heard our report yet.
Y'all part of the problem, bro.
We haven't even reported yet.
Fox News, bro, is a Republican.
Number one, she's not a bro. That's a female. This kid doesn't know who the hell he's talking to.
Anyway, we're getting ready to go on. That's
what y'all
fine.
talking about, bro? I'm going to interrupt everything y'all trying to report.
We've got two reporters out.
So they got their freedom of speech, but they don't want to let her speak. How does that work? You have a freedom of speech, but we don't?
Here talking about what's going on. We're just covering what you guys are doing. What I don't want is him to swear on TV.
No, fuck that shit. Y'all ain't part of this now, bro.
I know, but you guys are being immature.
Q13 News. Fuck Trump. Fuck Fox.
Hey, Miranda,
y'all
we've
know
got.
What you're doing, bro.
We've got
fuck
some.
Q13 Fox.
You want to protest?
Hey, let's
no,
walk
bro,
up.
I'm protesting right now. Y'all not gonna get an inch of space. Hey, boys, this Q13 Fox. Don't let them get that false info out here. They try to make us look bad, bro. Don't let them get a second of news. Fuck these guys, bro. Q13 Fox.
Hey, the freedom of speech, guys. Look at that. The freedom of speech guy. This guy knows all about freedom of speech, of the press and religion. How can I not support these demo losers? How can I support these libtards? Come on. They're so lovely. Their attitude is so attractive. I mean, what am I thinking here? Why can't I just support these guys? They're phenomenal examples to citizens across this country. They are so, look at that, just so educated, so respectful. I mean, what is she talking about? This guy is a very nice young man. He's a very nice gentleman.
My ass. Fuck that shit. The fuck?
Hey guys.
It's the real news. It's the people out here.
This is the kind of people that I got to deal with here in Washington State. Now let me just tell you something. The reason why people are like this is because of the governor and the mayor. It's because of everybody in government. I'm telling you, I got zero tolerance for this type of harassment. This is harassment. This is no longer your freedom of speech. You're harassing this woman. You're stopping her from using her freedom of speech. That don't fly with me. I'm telling you, you know what? I probably will never win here in Washington State because these loonies seem to rule our state. The governor sees it. The mayor sees it. The chief of police sees it. There's nothing they can do about it. Nothing they can do about it. You can practice your freedom of speech and all that crap, but you will not harass other people like this. I don't care what nobody says. That's just not going to happen.
Whatever they
Fuck
want. It's not a big
Republicans,
deal.
fuck Donald Trump, and fuck Fox News.
You see that? Yeah, no problem. They're peaceful guys. Peaceful.
Fuck Fox News, man.
We're not on, so nobody's saying you.
The hell?
But keep rolling. Keep rolling.
Keep going? Hey, this part of the protest.
No, they can do whatever they want. They're fine.
Watch where they give us false info, false news, fake news. Nah, bro, none of that shit. Y'all part of the problem.
Telling her to get the hell out of here. Are you kidding me? They said, get the hell out of here. What makes her think that her rights are more important than the other American rights? No, you give respect, you get respect. And I am really pissed off that there is no police presence here. There should be police on the street protecting this journalist. She is also an American. She also has the freedom of speech. She also has the freedom of the press. And you know what the Seattle Times wants from this new bill coming in? Dosito, good to see you, brother. You know what the Seattle Times wants from this bill that they're trying to raise taxes on, income state tax on the rich? They want money to keep Seattle Times rolling. They want to use our tax-paying dollars to keep supporting legacy bullcrap news outlets like the Seattle Times, who talk so much garbage about Amazon, who talk so much garbage about Microsoft, who are the biggest money-making companies here in Washington State, besides Boeing. This is how they protect your assets. This is how they protect your tax-paying dollars. I'm telling you right now, if I know of any protests going on anywhere in my state, the police will be there, present. They're called peace officers. You want to protest your First Amendment right? Go on. It is your right. But you have to peaceably assemble. You are not going to be harassing people. You become, you know what this is? This is what they call disorderly conduct in public. That's what that is. And they can't spend the night in jail for that. I can't wait. And if they show signs that there's some sort of craziness, illness up here, they might just end up after a psych evaluation in an asylum for crazy people. That's what we're going to put these morons.
You're down here, you don't care about what's happening.
You part of the media, right? You can get a job as an independent news source. You can go to Northwest Football down the block and spread some real shit. But you in it on the money, bro. You doing fuck shit, bro. I see y'all, bro. Y'all part of the problem, bro. And I'm gonna get loud about it.
Don't touch us, okay?
Hey, this Fox News right here.
I'm telling people you guys are talking
Don't let
about.
them get an inch of space.
You haven't even been on tonight.
Hey, man, we on their necks with our knees, boys.
This is harassment. You are surrounding this journalist. That's harassment. I don't know how you see it, but I will not tolerate that. I will not tolerate that. And I feel that we do. $100 million is what the governor ran in. Bob Ferguson, $100 million. He got it and used not 1 cent to hire another police. Now you have Mondani in New York. They got rid of police and they're paying social workers. You have the socialist moron here in Seattle. This girl needs to go back home to her mama. Let her mama take care of her. Let a real mayor come over here to Seattle. Not that the last jackass was any better. It was horrible. He let crime multiply in Seattle. Lie, fake the numbers while the people were paying the price for the crime. They need to be held accountable for all that stuff. I can't wait. Oh man, I'll tell you, you know, part of me says I don't want to win. I just want to go make my house, live in my island, and then just relax. Relax. Go up the mountain, pray to my God, and give him thanks for everything, and be able to see my kids more often. And I'd rather do that. I'd rather do that than to be governor. That's my selfish reason. That is my selfish reason. But I can tell you that I'm going to come in here with zero tolerance for this nonsense. And yes, we will get rid of sanctuary cities here in Washington. And yes, we will welcome with open arms our federal ICE agents. And yes, we will welcome with open arms our president, Donald J. Trump. Well, he's probably not going to be president by then. But nonetheless, we will still have him in our city, in our state. And we will get together, and I want to make sure that I talk with the chief of police and all the mayors here in Washington, and we want to make sure that they actually collaborate with our federal agents. We have a constitution here in Washington state that we are to collaborate with our federal government, and the Constitution of the United States of America overrides the Constitution of Washington. So what gives? Why are they not doing something about these kind of things? You know why? Because they don't care. They are doing exactly what they want to do. They want the cities to go crazy. They want to have an excuse to ask for more federal funding. They want to have excuses to take more taxes from us, the people. And that ain't going to fly. That ain't going to fly. I don't know how it's going to go, but that's not going to fly.
Hell no. Hey, get this on the news. Fuck Fox News. Y'all ain't finna get an inch of space. You ain't gonna be able to say shit while I'm next to you. Hell no. I'm using my voice.
Yeah, so we'll break up the road.
Fuck Fox News. Fuck Fox News.
No, we're
Fuck Fox News. Fuck Fox News. Fuck Fox News.
You're rolling.
Fuck Fox News. Fuck Fox News. Fuck Fox News. We following.
Let's
Don't know
go,
where you
Brandon.
going. You better get off the block with that shit. You gonna go around the corner. You ain't getting no shots.
Hey, just don't touch me. Just don't touch me. They did touch me, so don't touch me, okay?
Stay out of here.
Can you not touch me?
Hell no.
Don't touch me.
Hell no.
Hey, if you guys not touch me.
Touching you.
With another security team, you need to go back the other way. Trust me.
I'm gonna get a shot, boy.
Our team, we have an apartment.
Hell no.
Where's Andy? Get Andy.
No, we got to do it.
I just want to make sure you're safe. To me, if they're chasing us around town, it's just as bad as us sitting still.
Get back.
They're not going to do anything.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's not an option. So we're going to stay put until we can leave safely. So you guys,
where can we go? You have us surrounded. Where can we go?
Look at this piece.
So if you can just let me say 10 seconds, just 10
You think
seconds.
that's a good look?
Just 10, honestly 10 seconds.
Look, nobody's going to hurt you, but you do need to leave.
We
are trying.
Yeah.
We need to get to where we need to go. Just let us move.
We don't know where we're going. If you give me 10 seconds to just talk to you.
You will watch us leave.
You need to leave. The reason why they don't want her to talk is because she's making sense. Yes, they call us cowards all the time. Samuel, that's what they call us. They call us cowards. They call us cowards. And this is how they act. They act like animals and want to be treated with human decency. Very sad, but true. Very sad, but true. All right, without further ado, let's go ahead and take a listen. I haven't heard this because it looks like Fox just streamed this 2 hours ago. And yes, I do want to Florida, Washington State. All right, let's take a listen to our
Thank you
Vice
all. Thank
President.
you. Please, please. It's so great to be back in Wisconsin. Am I saying it right? Wisconsin. All right. I got a thumbs up from a couple of these congressmen, so I must be doing it okay. You know, I think Kelly Loeffler, our small business administrator, is one of the unsung heroes of the Trump administration. She has single-handedly rooted out hundreds of millions of dollars, I should say, and on to billions of dollars over the next couple of years of fraud against the American people. So we got to give it up for Kelly. She's doing a great job for all of us, saving us some money. I will say I took special note of one thing that she said, though. Kelly said that I'm the coolest vice president in American history, and I said, Kelly, that is a low standard. That is a very low bar, but I do think that I clear that bar, but I think that was a low standard she set me to. But let me say a few words of gratitude before we get started today, because I'm so grateful to be back in this great state with all of its amazing people. You all know this, Wisconsin is a state with a proud tradition of building great American products with Wisconsin hands, and that's what we're here to celebrate today in this great facility. Now, that would not be possible, of course, without the workers and the leadership of Point Precision, and I've been learning a little bit about this facility just because I knew I was going to come here today. 165 great Wisconsin employees making great American products at a good wage. This is a place that rewards dignified work, and this is a place that makes America and the whole community richer, so you guys should be proud of yourselves. I want to thank the family, Joe and Cindy, and their beautiful kids, and all. It looks like we got some grandkids here, Joe and Cindy. That's amazing. Life's greatest blessing, of course. So great to have you guys. Great to see you guys. Wait, what is today? Thursday? Should you all be in school right now? I caught you. But this is a good excuse, right? The Vice President of the United States comes to town, so you ought to get a get out of school for the day card. But I want to thank a couple of other people here, because all the things that I'm going to talk about, all the things we've been doing in the Trump administration would have been impossible without a couple of great congressional allies. And so in particular, I want to call out Representative Derek Van Orden. My dear friend Derek, it's hard to miss him. Thank you. I got to tell you, sometimes in Washington, you get to Washington, there are people you can trust, there are people you can't trust. Derek is one of those guys you can trust to always fight for the people who are in this room. He knows exactly where he came from, a proud veteran. And Derek was talking with me backstage. He's like, we got to do a little video together just so we can get it out there for the congressional campaign. And I said, okay, absolutely. What do you need me to say? And he said, well, just say that, we fought alongside each other in Vietnam. I said, Derek, if we were Democrats, we could get away with that, but I don't think that's going to fly. We're Republicans. These media reporters are not going to let us get away with that, but there are so many great things about Derek, but all of the amazing things. No taxes on tips, that happened because of Derek. No taxes on overtime, that happened because of Derek. No taxes on Social Security, that happened because of Derek. So if you are a citizen in this district and you see a big tax refund check come next month or the month after that, whenever you file your taxes, remember it was Derek Van Orden who made it happen, and it was congressional Democrats who tried to stop it. So we're going to send Derek Van Orden back to Washington? Yes. We've also got President Trump's endorsed candidate for governor of Wisconsin, Tom Tiffany. Tom, please stand up and be recognized. Another great guy. Another guy without whom we could not have accomplished all the great things that we did in Washington, D.C. Now he wants to come back home and serve as governor. Are we going to make Tom Tiffany the next governor of Wisconsin? There we go. And then finally, if I'd had a few people stand up, I want to recognize Representative Grothman. Where's Representative Grothman? Thank you, sir. It's good to see you. Where is Representative Brian Stile? Brian, a great guy. We're not in Brian's district, but a great guy. We've got Wisconsin GOP Chairman Brian Schimming. Where's Brian Schimming? Thank you. State Treasurer John Lieber. Where's John Lieber? Thank you, man. Thank you for your service. And finally, State Senate President Patrick Teston. Patrick, where are you? Thank you. Now, here's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the stakes coming up in November, because it feels like this election in November is very far away. But if anything, the State of the Union should have showed us that we cannot give power back to congressional Democrats. Now, I am fundamentally an optimist about this country. I believe most people, most human beings, most American citizens, whether they got a D next to their name or an R next to their name, or they have no political affiliation, they're good people. They love our country. They want our country to thrive and prosper. But I got to tell you, after the State of the Union, I'm not so sure that is true of the congressional Democrats that we saw at the State of the Union address. As the President of the United States said very well, you watch their reaction to some of what he was saying, and all I could think was, these people are kind of crazy. These congressional Democrats, if you think about all of the things that they were doing, and I got to tell you, of course, I've got the best seat in the House in many ways, right? I'm sitting right next to the Speaker of the House. I'm sitting right behind the President of the United States. And I've got one internal monologue going on, one thought in my head the whole time, which is don't make a stupid face for 2 hours, which is hard for me. When you're on TV for 2 hours and the Democrats are doing crazy things. So I'll give you a little lay of the land. So to the left, my left, is all of the Republicans, okay, because I'm sitting right behind the president. And to my right is some Republicans, but mostly the Democrats. And so I see the reaction of all the congressional Democrats, and it's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. So you say, like, for example, you had this beautiful little girl, had such a sweet moment with her dad. You may have remembered. She was probably 6 years old. She had been assaulted by an illegal immigrant. She had had a very bad, I think, medical prognosis, but it turned out that she was okay. This 6-year-old girl, hurt by a human being who never should have been in this country in the first place, who was led into this country by Joe Biden and the Democrats, and she's hugging her dad, and she's so excited, and you can tell, and I think everybody's heart feels very, you get that warm and fuzzy feeling, and then I look over at the congressional Democrats, and they're just scowling. They cannot clap their hands for a 6-year-old who survived an attack from an illegal alien. What is that? What kind of a person can't stand up and cheer for an innocent young girl who's doing well, who's showing the entire country strength and resilience? And then the president had this line, I'm not going to get it exactly right, but he said, if you believe, stand up and cheer if you believe that the American government's first priority should be to look after American citizens instead of illegal aliens. And all the Republicans, including Derek and everybody else, stands up and starts cheering. And then you look over the Democrats. Complete silence, no reaction at all. The one thing that got at least some of the Democrats to stand up and cheer was the Olympic hockey team, which we're, of course, very proud of. But you got to ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen, what is it about a political party that cannot stand up and cheer for a 6-year-old girl who survived an attack? What is it about a political party that can't stand up and cheer for the fact that we have rising wages and low inflation for the first time in a very long time in the United States of America? What is it about a political movement that sees the mother of a woman who was murdered on a bus? Because the president highlighted this woman, her 22-year-old daughter was riding on a bus to work, was killed by a violent criminal who was let out of jail 13 times by Democrat leadership, should have never been on our streets, and then murdered an innocent girl. We recognized her mother, her strength and her character and her grief, and I think we all kind of grieve with her a little bit, and the Democrats cannot even stand up and cheer for that. And so the question of the next election is not, do we want low taxes? And of course we do. It's not, do we want a secure border? And of course we do. It's a more fundamental question than that. Do we want to give power back to the people who opened our border, who raised your taxes, who won't even cheer for a 6-year-old girl who was wounded because of their bad policies? And I think our answer to that is hell no. We want to give power back to the people like Derek Van Orden who fight for us. And here's the thing, it's funny, I talk to the president multiple times a day. It's kind of the job of vice president. You talk to the president a lot. And every single day, the president will say to me, what have we done today? Got to do more, got to do more, got to do more, okay? The president has such an intense work pace. And I sometimes think, Mr. President, we got to take stock of all the incredible things that we have accomplished over the last year. When Joe Biden and the Democrats left us, the government of this country, we had the highest inflation that we had ever had in 40 years. Thanks to Donald Trump and congressional Republicans, we now have inflation at 2.4%, the lowest in 5 years, and it's coming even lower, ladies and gentlemen. Under Joe Biden and the Democrats, the average American lost $3,000 in take-home pay. And under Donald Trump and Republicans, in just 1 year, the average American has seen $1,700 increase in take-home pay. That is more money in your pocket, and that's what we're here to do, is make you guys more prosperous. Under Joe Biden in the Green New Scam, we had the highest energy prices that we had had maybe in my entire lifetime. And then we had Republicans take over with a simple principle, which is drill, baby, drill. Get the oil and the gas out of our territory. Use American workers to provide American companies the energy that they need. And now we've got gas prices lower, we've got electricity and utility bills lower, and we've got companies just like Point Precision that can actually afford the cost of doing business, which they couldn't do when Joe Biden was in charge. So it's funny to me, when the Democrats talk about affordability, you heard the president talk about this in the State of the Union address. Hearing the Democrats talk about affordability is like hearing an arsonist complain about fire. It's your fault. You guys left us a country with sky-high inflation. You all left us a country where we were going everywhere but America for energy. You left us a United States of America where the average family was $3,000 poorer. So our attitude is, you know what? When you talk about affordability, you're exactly right. You caused an affordability problem, congressional Democrats, and we are here to fix it. Now, I want to say a few more things, then I'll take some questions from the reporters. So one of the things that I love about what the president has done is he is trying to cut out the fraud and corruption in the federal government. I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it is very, very rampant. We have way too many people who got way too comfortable getting rich off of your tax dollars instead of providing the services that they need or maybe giving you a tax cut. We had fraudsters getting rich off of your generosity. I did a little press conference yesterday with Dr. Oz, who runs our Medicare and Medicaid services. And beforehand, we were talking about some of the fraud that he had uncovered in just a couple of months. Let me give you an example. In next door Minnesota, in Minneapolis, not a very well-governed state, you had a situation where we have a service that the federal government provides. The states actually provide it, and then they get reimbursement from the federal government. And you know what they do? They help autistic kids with after-school services. Because if you know anybody who has autism or is on the spectrum, sometimes you need a little bit of extra help. And so we've got a program there to help those special needs kids to make it easier for their families. What was happening is that Somali fraudsters, many of whom were illegal immigrants, shouldn't have been in this country to begin with. You had Somali fraudsters who were saying that their kids were autistic even though they weren't. They were collecting a fat check from all of you, and they were getting rich from it. So what happens? You get poorer, your tax dollars go to Somali fraudsters, and worst of all, you've got special needs kids in American communities that we ought to be helping, and instead of helping them, we're helping fraudsters who don't have the problem to begin with. That is a scandal, and it's something that Joe Biden and congressional Democrats promoted with their open border, encouraged it, and funded it. Now, I'm here to tell you that the job of your government is not to open your borders and allow fraudsters to come in and take advantage of you. The job of your government is to shut the border and shut off the fraud, and that's exactly what we're doing in the Trump administration. But you know, it's actually not just the people on the ground who are committing some of this fraud. Some of the worst corruption is the corruption that you see in the federal government. And I know Derek and a lot of these other guys were standing up cheering for this. Why don't we stop allowing congressmen and congresswomen to get rich off of insider trading? Is that common sense? So again, I've got a seat unlike any other, and the President of the United States, first of all, the whole time the President's given his speech, I was amazed at his self-control, because I would not have had it if I was up there with the microphone, because these two women, far-left Democrats, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, they're sitting next to each other, and they're talking loudly the entire time, okay? So there's a point at which I almost look over at him and go like this. But see, this is the thing you can't do when you're sitting behind the president. I would have gotten in trouble for that. Even Derek wouldn't have defended me if I did that. But it's just nails on a chalkboard. They're talking, they're interrupting. The president was completely unfazed by it. But again, you're sitting there, and then the president gets to the point where he says, you know what? We are going to stop congressmen and congresswomen from getting rich off of insider trading, from violating the public trust that you have put in them and get rich off of insider trading. Of course, a lot of people stand up and cheer. Most of the Democrats don't. You know who was not standing up and cheering? Nancy Pelosi. I have never seen a person more angry in my life than Nancy Pelosi when the President of the United States is calling out insider trading. Ladies and gentlemen, my hope for all of you, of course, is that we can make you richer and more prosperous and safer in your communities. But my hope for all of you is that you find somebody who loves you as much as Nancy Pelosi loves insider trading, because then you will have a very good life indeed. But on all these things, we just have to stop the fraud. The government exists to serve you. We want the government, of course, to be smaller. We want it to be limited in its scope. We don't want it in your pocketbooks. We don't want it telling you what to do. But there are a few things you need the federal government to do. You need it to provide for the common defense. We need a good military. You know, we need it to ensure that people like special needs kids are able to get the essential services that they need and can't afford. I happen to believe I grew up in a poor family. When we have people who are down on their luck, we don't want those people to starve or not be able to get medical care. We want to make sure that Americans are taking care of Americans. But that is not possible if we allow fraudsters to come into our country and get rich off of your generosity of spirit. And so I want you, when you go to the polls in November, I don't want you to just think about all the great things that we've accomplished, all the great things that we've talked about. I don't want you just to think about no taxes on tips and lower gas prices. I want you to think, who is going to protect my money from fraudsters? And the simple answer is, it's Derek Van Orden and congressional Republicans. It is not the Democrats who created this problem to begin with. Now, I got so many notes here. I could sit here and go on for another 45 minutes. Housing prices are down. Apartment rents are down 4 months in a row. We came in saying we wanted to make housing more affordable, and we're starting to make good progress on that. The annual cost of a new mortgage in just a year is down by $5,000. And my friends, if we could get Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates, because the inflation is now low, then those mortgage costs would come down even further. I happen to believe, and I know the President of the United States does, that when young people look at their country, one of the best things that we can do for our young families is make it possible for them to afford a home again and raise a family in a piece of land that they themselves own. I happen to believe that we do not want our young people to be permanent renters in the society that was built by their parents and grandparents. We are going to fight for our young families to own a home, and that's exactly what we've been doing for the past year. Let's keep on doing it. But let me just close with this one final thought, and then I'll take some questions from the media. There are a lot of specific issues that matter. We could talk about all of them. We could talk about the fact that we've got a closed border and they opened it. We could talk about the fact that we've got the lowest murder rates in the United States of America in 100 years. And you wonder, how did that happen so quickly? Two reasons. Number one, We empowered our great law enforcement officers to do their job, and the last administration was holding back. And two, we got a lot of violent criminals the hell out of this country and send them back to where they belong. That's how you get a low murder rate. We got so many things we could brag on, so many things that we still got to do. We still got to work to make homeownership affordable for our young families. You know, you've probably seen the headlines about, you know, the stock market has been doing incredibly well because the economy's been doing incredibly well. But the president asked me probably 4 months ago, he said, what about the Americans who don't own stocks? And so he's created a new program where we can allow the 35% of Americans that don't own stocks to open up the kind of accounts like a 401k that some workers have access to, other workers don't. We're going to allow every worker to open up that kind of account. So when the stock market goes up, it's good for every single American citizen, not just the 65% of people who own stocks. We want to make it good for everybody. So there's still so much more that we can do. But the fundamental question, I don't think, is this issue or that issue. The fundamental question is, who fights for you? And when I saw at the State of the Union, when I saw all those Democrats sitting on their hands, even when we're celebrating, you know, little girls who survived a terrible attack, it hit me that these Democrats, most of them, they don't serve you. Now ask yourself, why are they sitting on their hands? I would like to think, I don't know him personally, maybe Derek would disagree with me, but I'm going to be a little charitable to those congressional Democrats. And I think when that little girl was standing up hugging and kissing her dad, that those Democrats, there was at least a part of them, the human part and their soul, that wanted to stand up and cheer for that little girl, and all of them sat on their hands. And you have to ask yourself, why is that? And the answer is because they know they don't answer to you, they answer to somebody else. They answer to people who have corrupted this country. They answer to people who opened the border. They answer to people who got rich off of illegal immigrant labor. We want you guys to get rich off of the labor of American citizens. We want American workers to get rich for working hard, not illegal aliens. And that, to me, is the fundamental difference between congressional leadership and congressional Democrats and the congressional Republicans under the leadership of this president. These guys, they don't serve you. Watch a speech of any of the congressional Democrats. Go watch if you can handle it. Maybe have a few good Wisconsin beers beforehand and prepare yourself. But watch a speech when these guys talk about illegal immigration, and then watch a speech when they talk about manufacturing jobs for American workers. That doesn't give them passion. That gives Donald Trump passion. That gives Derek Van Orden passion. The idea that every single one of you should have a good job, a good life if you work hard and play by the rules. The idea that our young families should be able to own a stake in their country, that's what fires us up. That's what we're fighting for in government. But you watch these congressional Democrats, what really fires them up, they get really mad at the idea that we're deporting illegal immigrants. They talk about the dreams of illegal immigrants who have come into our country, but what about the dreams of you and your children? Because that's who I'm fighting for. That's who Donald Trump is fighting for, and that's who Derek Van Orden is fighting for. I'm not going to tell you, and I know there are a lot of people who are going to watch clips of this or even watching it live right now. I'm not going to tell you you're going to agree with us, agree with me on every single issue. That'd be impossible. Even in the Republican Congress, which is just, 220 or so very good guys, you've got disagreements of opinion. You've got some people who will say this thing about this issue and something else about another issue. Disagreement is fine, but I'm not asking you to agree with us on everything. I'm asking you to remember who serves you. And what I know about Donald Trump and the congressional Republicans is that we wake up every single day and we think about, how do we fight for you? The question in November is, do we give power to the people who fight for corruption, who fight for fraud, who fight for illegal aliens, or do we give the government to the American citizens for whom it was designed and for whom it was created? I think I know the answer. Let's vote for our people. Let's vote for Derek Van Orden next November. Thank you all. Thank you, guys. Thank you all. Okay. Thank you, please. Have a seat, and what we'll do is we'll answer a few questions from the media, and I would ask that the local reporters get first dibs here, and then we'll answer as many questions as we've got time for. So go ahead.
Alex Loroff with Spectrum News 1. Mr. Vice President, there was a poll released yesterday of Wisconsin voters where 70% of respondents said their biggest concerns right now are affordability and the cost of living.
Sure.
What can still be done at the federal level to ease some of those affordability concerns that Wisconsinites still have?
Well, look, it's our top concern, too. We want people to be able to afford a good life. Nothing breaks my heart more than the idea that you've got somebody who goes out, they bust their rear end, they come home, they want to give their kids a nice meal. Maybe once or twice a year, they want to take their kids on a nice vacation. We want people to be able to afford that so long as they work hard and play by the rules. And I think the thing that we've tried to remind ourselves of in the Trump administration is we were put in a very big hole. When you talk about the average American family under Biden's leadership that lost $3,000 of take-home pay, we think every single day, how do we get that $3,000 back and then some? You heard me say earlier, and this is a true statistic, that the average American family has gained about $1,400 under the Trump administration just in about a year and a month. Now, that's something we're very proud of, but we think every single day that still means that compared to when Biden took over, those Americans are still running behind. They're still catching up. So I think what we have to do every single day is come up with ideas for how to make the American people's lives better, and that's what we're doing. Some of this is the policies that we've already put in place take a little bit of time to work their way through the system. Some of it is we got to keep on working at it. You know, a few months ago, the President of the United States had the big pharmaceutical companies into the Oval Office. And normally what happens is these big pharmaceutical companies, they come to Washington, thanks to the fraud and corruption, and they get a big fat paycheck from congressional Democrats. You know what they got instead? They got a lecture from the President of the United States. Why is it that the people in this room, for my entire life and then some, paid the highest prescription drug prices in the world, while people in England or France or other rich countries paid much lower prices? And the reason is because the pharmaceutical companies took advantage of us. That was corrupt. It was unacceptable. Now, you're already starting to see this with certain medications, and you're going to see it with more, but the President of the United States said, we are done paying more than Europe for prescription drugs. We want to pay what they pay, and if you're not going to take that deal, then get the hell out of my office. Well, they took that deal. So we got to keep working at it, but I'd say to Wisconsin voters, whether they're conservative or liberal or in the middle, I'd say to them, ask yourselves what kind of a hole the Joe Biden era put us in, and do you want to give power back to the people who created those problems, or do you want to double down on the administration that has busted our tails for the last year to fix those problems? Let's double down on the leadership that's fixing the problems, not the leadership that created them.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Matt Smith from WISN TV in Milwaukee. On the fraud efforts and what we saw in Minnesota yesterday, here in Wisconsin, the governor has refused to give over the SNAP data here in the state, along with the voter data. I'm curious, is there a point, or at what point would the administration withhold federal funds from Wisconsin?
Well, look, we're going to look at every option that we have because we've got to stop this terrible fraud, but that is absurd. Ask yourself a question. Why would the government of Wisconsin not want to help us kick fraud off of the welfare rolls and kick fraud off of the voter rolls? And the only answer I can possibly come up with is because they like to cheat. There's no other real explanation. Now, the governor might say, in fact, I'm sure the governor would say this. Let me just be charitable to those who disagree with us. The governor would say, well, there isn't as much fraud as the Trump administration believes there is. Well, even if that's true, and it's not, but even if that's true, let's get what fraud there is off the voter rolls and off the welfare rolls. You know the right number of people who should be illegally voting in American elections? 0. You know the number of people who should be fraudulently collecting food stamps? 0. I want those benefits to exist for the people who need them. The only way to promise that is to get the fraud out of the system, and that's what we're trying to do in the Trump administration. No more fraud, no more corruption. It shouldn't be hard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Ellie Davis, Local 5 News. What should data centers do to be good community partners?
Well, that's a very, very good question. And you saw the president talk about this in the State of the Union address. Look, there's a good news and a bad news with data centers. Now, the good news is, first of all, they're big facilities. You create a lot of construction jobs. And this next generation of the technological revolution, you need those data centers to make that run. Those data centers are like the gasoline of the technology revolution that we're going to see over the next 75 years. And I don't know about you all, but I want America to win that technology revolution. I don't want China or some other country to win it. And so that's why we got to have these things. Now, here's the downside. If those centers are built and the local governments aren't ensuring that there's enough power for those data centers, then it's going to increase electricity costs for everybody else. And so what we think the data centers have got to do is they've got to work with the local governments, with the state governments, and in the federal government, we are trying to do everything that we can so that if you build a data center, for example, you can just build a power plant right next door. What I think we ought to be working towards is you build those data centers and electricity costs come down for American citizens instead of going up for American citizens. The data centers can afford it. We got to make sure that they're good neighbors so that when they come in and build these great buildings, the people in their neighborhood, the people in their community benefit too, and that's through lower power. That's the best way they can be good neighbors. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Schulte. I'm a reporter with the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. And in Wisconsin, rural hospitals are struggling. Closures are creating healthcare deserts for parts of the state. And what can be done federally to keep those hospitals open and providing necessary care to community members?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. It's a very, very serious problem. And unfortunately, this, like so much of else of what's going on in our country right now, is a problem that we inherited from the last administration. If you look at the number of rural hospital closures that were happening in 2022 and 2023 and 2024, it was really accelerating. And it's one of the reasons why it's not a provision that's talked about as much, but if you look in the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, however you're calling it, in that legislation, there is a multi-billion-dollar rural hospital fund to try to help these rural hospitals persevere in tough times, stay open, provide essential services, and get them to a place where they're on firmer financial footing. Nothing like that, I don't believe, Derek, had ever existed in the federal government before, but we said, look, we cannot let these rural hospitals just disappear, so we've created this fund to try to, support the ones that can stay open and try to slow the closures for the ones that are going to have to close. We think that we're starting to see some good evidence from those. It takes a little bit of time for that tens of billions of dollars to work its way through the system, but that's the number one thing. And then the number two thing is the Trump administration did a number of things in the first term, and we're trying to do this in the second term to give patients more choice. Because what we often do in our healthcare system, like for example, if you're a veteran, under the Biden administration, we would force veterans to drive an hour and a half away to a big city hospital when they could maybe go to a telehealth appointment in their own home or maybe drive 15 minutes down the road to the local doctor. So we've tried to empower people to have more choice, because if they have more choice, they're going to be able to stay in their communities, which means more money going to those rural healthcare organizations, and that's the way that we save rural healthcare too. It's a tough problem. I'm not going to pretend it's easy, but we are working as hard as we can to make sure that the people in our rural communities still have access to great healthcare. Thank you.
Stephanie Hoff with the Midwest Farm Report Radio Network, talking to farmers across the state of Wisconsin. My question for you today is, commodity markets have not been friendly to Wisconsin farmers. I'm talking corn, soybeans, and dairy. What is the administration doing to bolster trade, increase export markets, and those relationships to bring market prices back up?
Yeah, so the good news on that is that our great Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke, has been on this from the very beginning. I think it was maybe the first cabinet meeting where Brooke comes up to me and says, JD, the farmers have inherited a mess, and we've got to do everything that we can to ensure that they can stay afloat during this very tough time. So one of the things that we're doing is making sure that wherever commodity prices are, that our farmers can do their job, they can provide their food, and if they fall on tough times, there's a little bit of a support mechanism there. Now you might say, why do we do that? But the answer is actually very simple. If we don't have American sovereignty in our food supply, we don't have sovereignty at all. If you cannot depend on your neighbors to provide your food, if the food that you're relying on comes from another country, say goodbye to sovereignty, because that country is the one that controls you. The country that controls the food is the country that will ultimately control the entire world. So we've made very strong efforts, and we're going to keep on working at this with our farmers to ensure that whatever commodity prices are, they're able to stay afloat, they're able to grow their products. We know that they're struggling, and we're trying hard to fix that. The other thing the president has done is, for a very long time, China, one of the biggest buyers of soybeans, they would take advantage of American markets, but they would not take the product of Wisconsin farmers, whether it's corn or soybean or whatever it is, they would not offload that product into their country. Now, that was a fundamental unfairness, and that's why the president is fighting back and making sure that we have fair trade practices. If you don't have countries honoring the United States of America, our great farmers and our great manufacturers, if you have countries that are able to come in and undercut the wages of our workers, but we're not able to export their product, ladies and gentlemen, that is not trade, that is international fraud, and that's what's been happening far too long all over the world. The President of the United States is stopping it. We're going to keep on stopping it to the benefit not just of Wisconsin farmers, but Wisconsin manufacturers too. So let's say we'll take two more questions here. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Dylan Eckhart, 9 News, out of Wausau, WAOW. Nationally, there has been bipartisan legislation introduced sticking with agriculture. For example, the Domestic Organic Investment Act, which would make a USDA's development grant permanent, allowing for grants for farmers and businesses. How will the administration continue to work with local farmers and businesses in Wisconsin, especially central Wisconsin, to expand on some of those ideas and introduce legislation?
Well, you heard a little bit of my answer in the last question, but you're right that there's a lot of legislation that's working through the Congress, and as broken as Congress is as an institution sometimes, there are still some good pieces of bipartisan legislation that happen. Luckily, I think agriculture is one of those areas where you still have some good bipartisan pieces of legislation. You ask how we're going to work with local farmers, especially in central Wisconsin, and the answer is just to listen. You know, we've got a great legislative team at the White House, but we've also got a lot of great allies like Derek Van Orden in Congress. And what these guys are doing is they're coming to us with ideas. And they're saying, look, we heard from our constituents, this is something we've got to do. You know, whatever the product is, you know, sometimes they're most concerned about commodity prices. They're worried that the soybeans and the corn, it's way too low. Sometimes they're worried, of course, about inputs. They're worried about fertilizer. They're worried about the cost of fuel. So what we just try to do is work with our allies in Congress, and frankly, we'll work with anybody in Congress who has good ideas about how to help our farmers. We're going to have some good legislation on this front over the next year. It's just a question of getting it over the hill, getting it to the president's signature, or to the president's desk, I should say, for his signature. Thank you. One more question.
Thank you, Vice President. Derek Schritz, Newswatch 12, and Ryan Lander. Wanted to ask about the healthcare worker shortages in several hospitals. Hospitals in Wisconsin are experiencing or are worried about the aging shift, aging demographic shift, and I'm wondering what the administration will do to bolster the healthcare workforce in the coming years.
Yeah, a couple things that we see is one, you know, we're encouraging hospitals and all healthcare providers, and we're seeing some evidence of this, to use technology to your advantage, right? So if you've got, let's say, a guy who needs to see a doctor, but he can see that doctor from the comfort of his own home, doing a telehealth appointment. You know, sometimes you got to go into the doctor. Sometimes you can actually do that by just talking to the doctor at home. That we're trying to encourage because that puts less stress on some of the healthcare workers. If you can just see somebody quickly, it's in and out, you don't have to deal with all the paperwork of coming in for a doctor's visit. That's one of the ways that you relieve that stress and shortage that we see in our healthcare workforce. The other thing is that we're investing a lot to try to make sure that we meet the doctor, the nurse, the physician assistant shortage. The basic problem that we had in our country is that for a long time, we would encourage people to get like women's studies degrees in the United States of America, which, you know, maybe you need a few of those. I'm not sure how much. But what you really need is doctors. You need nurses. You need people who can work with their hands. You need people who can work on a farm. You need people who build and make things and take care of people. And our education system just really underinvested in training the next generation of healthcare workers. That's not a problem that's going to be solved overnight, but it is something we're working to solve because we want, I mean, you know, I see kids in the audience. I'm sure everybody has a young person who wants to be a healthcare worker, knows somebody in your family or your friendship circle that wants to work in healthcare. We got to make it easier for our young people to choose those careers. Unfortunately, for a very long time, we've actually made it harder for people to go into the healthcare field. We layer up those who do with debt, and we make it harder for them to join the workforce. We're trying to make it easier for people to enter the healthcare field, and in doing that, that's how you release the long-term shortage. So, that's all I have. I appreciate everybody who asked a question. I'm sorry if you didn't get time to ask a question, but let me just leave you with this one final thought. So I've got 3 little kids at home, and I've got one on the way. I've got an 8-year-old, I've got a 6-year-old, I've got a 4-year-old, and Usha is pregnant with baby number 4, which we're very happy about, very proud of. Thank you. But my 8-year-old, you know, he's gotten really into football in the last probably 3 or 4 months. Don't hold it against him. He's an Ohio State fan. That's his dad rubbing off on him. Are we Wisconsin fans here in central Wisconsin? Okay. But here's the thing. We watched over the past few days. We watched Rudy. Does everybody remember the movie Rudy? About this guy. He was too little. He wasn't fast enough. He was 5'6", but he worked his tail end off and he made the Notre Dame football team at really the height of Notre Dame's power. I mean, they were one of the best. They still are, but they really were one of the best football programs back in the country. And it really is just this incredible tale of a guy who believed in his dreams, who fought for those dreams, and would never give up. A classic American tale. But I was watching that movie and I realized the 3 most important people in that movie, obviously one is Rudy, the guy who became the football player. But number 2 is Rudy's dad, and number 3 is the priest. There's a priest in the movie who sort of serves as a spiritual counselor to Rudy. And it kind of hit me watching this movie that the American dream takes many shapes and sizes. I think all of us know that. Even among our own kids, our grandkids, our friends and family, you've got the striver. You've got the guy like Rudy who's got really big dreams, wants to play football for Notre Dame, and is going to make those big dreams happen. But you've also got a guy like Rudy's dad, a guy who just wanted to work a good job, who wanted dignified work, who wanted to raise his family and take a nice vacation every now and then. And then you had this priest who was kind of the glue that held everything together, that helped people when they were struggling, that provided counsel to people when they were down on their luck, and was empowered to be a leader in the community. And I realized watching this that when we talk about the American dream, I'm not talking about my American dream. I'm talking about your American dream. Whether you want to have a good job and raise a healthy, happy family, whether your kid wants to go off and play college football, whether you want to start a business like the one that we're standing in, whatever it is, the great thing about this country is that the American dream comes in many shapes and sizes. But here's the thing about the American dream. The government cannot give it to you for you. But the government, with bad policy and bad leadership, it can destroy that American dream, whatever shape it takes in the lives of you and your children. And so I just want you to know that I'll never forget where I came from. Raised in a poor family, raised by a grandmother who would sometimes struggle to pay her prescription drugs or put food on the table and had to pick one or the other. And here I am before you, the greatest crowd in the world, as the vice president of the greatest country in the world. This country is still a place of very big dreams. But I'm not going to pretend that my dream is your dream, and I just want you to know that every single day I go to work, and every single day Donald J. Trump goes to work, and we fight for the American dream for you and your family, however you define it. We would really appreciate you not sending us a bunch of crazy Democrats in November, so please don't do that. God bless you all. Thank you.
My vice president. I bet you Democrats or some of these libtards here, they probably miss Joe Biden. Why don't I just play something for you guys? Let me go ahead and play something for you guys. I want to be able to, I like to please everybody. Let me give you a little bit of Joe Biden right back at you. Here we go.
We stand with America or with Trump. Republicans and Democrats in the Senate came together to send a message of unity to the world. It's time for the House Republicans to do the same thing, to pass this bill immediately, to stand for decency, stand for democracy, to stand up to a so-called leader hell-bent on weakening American security. And I mean it sincerely. History is watching. History is watching. In moments like this, we have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. God bless you all. May God protect our speakers. And I promise I'll come back and answer questions later. Thank you.
When Trump said that, sir, what did Putin hear?
What's clear? All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here, will you, please? Get him out of here. Throw him out.
Oh, man, what a classic. What a classic. Here we go. I got a better one for you. Hold on. I got another one for you. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I got another one for you right here.
4 more years. Pause.
4 more years. Pause. Pause. And then people start chanting to protect them. This is the people that have come here and listen to a brilliant speech from President Donald Trump, and then they come and listen to our great J.D. Vance, the vice president, and the way that he speaks, so educated, well-spoken, we understand what he's saying, and they missed this guy. 4 more years. There we go. Go ahead, sir. Read that. Read the letters. Read the letters one at a time. Here we go. Here we go.
4 more years. Pause.
4 more years. 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 All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here, will you, please? Get him out of here. Throw him out. Yeah, you can get him out. Yeah, get him out. Get him the hell out of here. Get him out of here. Get out. Get him out of here.
Oh, man. Love it. I love it. 4 more years. Hey, guys, here's my channel right here. Go check out these shorts. Remember our message from a gathering here with Pizza Guy, who hasn't been on my channel for a little bit, but he's probably out there busy just listening. I know my channel, my viewers go crazy on him because he has gone left, so far left that he doesn't even know what the hell he's talking about. But nonetheless, even if we disagree with everything, we should be able to have lunch together, maybe have a beer, etc. You know, not many people caught that, Dog Catcher. He actually read the word pause, because it was written. See, he said 4 more years as he's reading, and then he was told to pause, and he read pause twice, not knowing that they were telling him to just say 4 more years, and then people are going to start chanting for you. Here's Pizza Guy. Hey, everybody. I am here in Kent, right? Kent, Washington. This is Pizza Guy. We had a wonderful conversation. He wants to say something to you guys as well.
Yeah, I had a wonderful conversation, but, you know, even if we have differing opinions, we should at least come together and, you know, not always make a big deal out of it.
That's right. It's all about staying together, guys. Republican, Democrats, I don't give a shit. He don't give a shit. We want the best for our country. And listen, may the best person wins. That's what competition is all about. God bless you. And thank you all for supporting our channel and for enjoying this moment here with my boy, the Pizza Guy. Yeah, the Pizza Guy went so far left, man. I don't know if we can get him back. I don't know if we can get him back. But anyway, that's my channel right there, guys. You can go ahead and check it out. Check out some of the weirdo shorts that I put on there. Man, these guys, they hate on our president. They hate on our vice president. And yet, they love Biden. I don't get it. Like, besides being loyalist to the Democratic Party, I don't see what. I'm trying to tell this day, trying to make an excuse or trying to find a reason why they speak so well of Biden. Like his whole career has been racist. You know, he calls the school jungle, a jungle because, you know, they're going to have color mixed with white people. You know, he's the guy that says that, boy, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Like the guy is just, he's been a racist all his life. And I mean, he came down a little bit because, well, he got sick. But let's not forget about it. You know, Democrats, even till this day, they are the racist party. They are the KKK founders. We all know that, okay? And it's funny how Talib Rashida was over there when people were, all Americans were chanting USA, she was chanting KKK. Did you guys notice that? I don't understand, guys. I want to make an excuse to believe that there is a lot of Democrats out there that are real Americans. And if they are, and you are a Democrat, but you're an American and you live in Washington State, let's join hands and make Washington State great again. We have been going a downward spiral, and somebody needs to put on the brakes. I will say this. Seattle has been going through some a makeup, right? A makeover. And some of the things are working, and I think that they're positive. The problem is that they have so much money to this whole diversity BS, and they're just wasting money. I wish that they will focus more on bringing more jobs back to Washington State. Hold on, the boss is texting. Let's see. All right, I gotta pause, man. When the boss texts, I gotta respond. Okay, especially when it's emergency. I love all Europeans, says Trevor. Trevor Kelly, you were clowning on my vice president. Why? What's going on? What's up? Why do you not like Vice President J.D. Vance? Go ahead, make a comment on there. Let me know. Seriously? Oh, I see. That's why. I apologize. The wifey's texting. Hey, man, thank you guys for your support. Thanks for liking the video. I know it's a low turnout, but it is what it is. It's not a worry. It's not a problem. I don't mind. Trump savings plan for working Americans, a smash hit with swing voters. You know, I have all these crazy libtards, not Democrats. I want you to know that every time I said a libtard, it does not mean a actual real Democrat. There is libtards, and then there's those fake Democrat, which are the corrupted politicians, the people that think everything on the left is peachy and perfect. It is a very dangerous world, my friend, and Trevor, and I think it's just going to get worse. Very unfortunate, but that's just the way it is, I think. And, you know, I'll tell you what. So for some people that don't know, it's okay. We'll, you know, in the next couple of months, March is coming in, April. Once it's official, Tanya says, Precious has needs. She wouldn't bother you if she didn't need you. That is true. That was an emergency text. I had to take it. I had to respond. All right. Thank you guys for being here with me. I think I'm going to take a break. We've been on this live for almost 5 hours, 4 hours and 50 minutes. I think that I think there's always supposed to be another live coming up today. I can't remember. But guys, hey, we talked about tariffs. If you missed it, we'll talk about it again. We talked about local taxes. If you missed it, we'll talk about it again. We talked about affordability, immigration. If you missed it, we'll talk about it again. You know how we do. We got to keep saying the truth until everybody gets to hear the truth. If this is the first time to my channel, thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe. And if you guys become members, thank you so much for doing that. You guys know this is what I do for a living. I wouldn't be able to do this without your support. Thank you all my brothers and sisters. Ozzy, I see you. I didn't say hello to you. Baba, Robert, my man, Brian, Tanya, Big Sis, love you all. Thank you so much for being here with me. Anybody else that I missed, thank you for your support. Thanks for your kind words and for pushing me forward in this Washington State, which is going to be almost impossible, I think. But we'll give it a shot. I'm not going to give up until it's over. God bless you and your families. God bless the USA.